Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one and all back to NACL. The final day of the spring regular season is here, and I couldn't be more excited. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and man, do we have stakes today. It should be a fun one.
Couple playoff spots on the line, maybe some seeding as well.
Yeah.
They're going to figure out what the bottom of the bracket's going to look like after today, Mazel.
Yeah, I cannot wait to get to the gist of things today, especially our first series. Should be a lot of fun. But before we go forward, let's go ahead and take a look back at week number 7.
What's up, everyone? 4x4 here, bringing you the Week 7 NACL recap. Playoffs are right around the corner, so let's get caught up on what happened last week to get you ready for the home stretch. So the first order of business, unfortunately, is that Blue Otter and Apex Mission Impossible are locked at the bottom of the standings, meaning they'll participate in the summer promotion tournament after playoffs to fight with the 4 teams coming up from OQs to secure a spot in NACL 2026 summer split. Blue Otter fought like hell in game 1, Samikin with a almost deathless Ari game before he got picked off in the crucial soul fight, but it wasn't enough. A massive re-engage by Munchie after he was left for dead around the soul fight brought game 1 back against Conviction, but alas, that was where the good times stopped, as Conviction took games 2 and 3, putting Blue Otter in the bottom 2. NRG continued to be very good. They took down Conviction 2-0 and CCG 2-1, but that CCG loss meant that Supernova has officially crashed the top 3 party. After dropping game 1 to Dorado, Porter said, "Everybody get in the backpack, time to get carried." He was 5-0-1 on his Ambessa in game 2 before the 11-minute mark, but game 3, game 3. By the 21-minute mark, Dorado were up 14 kills to 2, 3 dragons to 0, and almost 5,000 gold. And then in the blink of an eye, Supernova found 3 shutdowns, leading into a Baron take that wiped out Dorado's gold lead. And just a few minutes after that, Dorado positioned to get Cloud Soul, but Shochi's Rise had Actualizer, and you know how that usually goes. Heading into the last week of the regular season, NRG, Maryville, Supernova, and CCG have locked top 6, but everyone down from Conviction to Dorado could still clinch a playoff spot, so there is a lot riding on these last few matches. And there you have it, your Week 7 NACL recap brought to you by Philips Norelco One Blade. Make sure to follow us on socials, and of course, tune in for Week 8 as we wrap up the regular season on twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Thank you so much for 4x4, and yeah, it was a crazy week number 7. It's already been a pretty crazy here in week number 8, but as we look forward and start getting ready for our interviews and whatnot for this series, Cubby, I just want your general thoughts, because it's a win and you're in situation here as we take a look at the standings in this matchup specifically for Citadel and Winthrop. The difference is you make it to playoffs, you make it to best of 5s finally. The other side of the coin is you are in the NACL for next split. You don't have to worry about promo relegation, but you have to take a little bit of a break.
The more games, the better, Mazel. So I think it'd be nice for either team to win this one. We'll say CLaw track record definitely is in favor of Winthrop University, who are sitting in the grand finals of CLaw and who beat the Ole Miss roster that Citadel fields in NACL in 2 separate 3-0s, including the losers finals, to book that ticket into the grand finals. So recent tape says this should be Winthrop favored, but of course NACL, a different day. Both teams have been very competitive throughout the back half of the splits, so anything can happen. Curious to see what happens when these two teams go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I'm very curious at the energy of today, especially if it's the final day. You have this big spot on the line. I know we're going to be talking to one of the coaches here in just a little bit, but I want to hear what the mindset is coming into today, because it's not playoffs, but it's a do or die series nonetheless, and it's a best of 3. So I think a lot on the line for a lot of these players here today. It should be a lot of fun. I do hear that we have our interview ready to go, so I believe I'm going to be bidding you adieu for now, Cubby. And I'll see you afterwards, as I do believe I'm going to be talking with Colomer for the Game Face interview here. My friend, CTG, big moment today, playoffs on the line, do or die. What did you say to the team? What was the mindset coming into today?
Honestly, I feel like we just want to make sure that we have fun today and keep the attitude good. Obviously, it's a long-term process for us to try to be successful this semester in the split and then going into next split. And I think that we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to kind of make a lot of good things happen and win a lot of games. And everyone's been working really, really hard. But honestly, we've just been trying to come at it with a good attitude, make sure that we're playing the kind of game that we want to play and not try to feel too much pressure.
Does it change the atmosphere, the energy with the team at all in a moment like this? I mean, it's a big difference between taking a little bit of a longer break or getting to play best of 5s, I guess. So how are the players feeling coming into today as well?
I feel like everyone's playing pretty good. Luckily, we have a lot of veterans on the team, so pressure situations aren't really new. Like Griffin was in LCS for forever. Array and Roberto and all these guys have played in higher pressure situations before, so lucky I don't have to do too much of trying to coach them to calm it down or whatever. It's a big moment. We want to win. It's important to us that we do well today, so it just is what it is, but I trust the guys to be able to perform.
Yeah, so was there any kind of special prep or particular things that you guys were specifically working on coming into the week ahead of these big days?
Yeah, I think that our approach, the way that we played Winthrop the last couple times we played them in collegiate wasn't great. We played them last weekend where they beat us, and I feel like our approach was way too focused on taking away what they want to do and not really in line what we want to do as a team. So a lot of this week has been really trying to get back into what the players are going to be happy with, what we feel like we're strong at versus, trying to mitigate what Winthrop's good at.
Yeah, I like that. Now, looking a little bit more introspectively towards you, what do you feel like you've been working on as a coach, and what do you think you've grown in as a coach here so far this split?
Honestly, I feel like I've been a lot more strict. I feel like in the past I've been very fair weather, and I enjoy coaching because I like competing and it's a lot of fun. And I think, funny enough, this is the first split where I feel like I've really taken strides in trying to be a lot more not forceful, but a lot more serious and provide a lot more structure, kind of more similar to traditional sports, I guess. And it's been a bit of a change because that's just not how I am personality wise for a lot of the guys who have been around. It's been a bit of a change of pace, but I think it's been good. And I think it really sets the foundation for us to be more successful going forward. As a team, we have a lot of lofty goals, and in order for us to hit those, we kind of need to do things the right way. And I feel like this split so far has been a good first step into doing that.
I like that a lot. Some good words. I just want to give you a last little bit. Do you have anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to talk about before I let you go, Colomer?
Shout out to my parents who I think are watching this game. I think my mom now knows what towers are, so that's cool.
Let's go!
I know, right? Yeah, and honestly, just credit to everyone over at Citadel and Ole Miss for this whole split. I mean, it's been a lot of ups and downs. It's been really chaotic, but it's been a great split. I really enjoyed working with my players so far, and I don't want today to be our last game, so hopefully we'll win today and we'll be able to move on to playoffs.
That's the beautiful motivation, my friend. Thank you so much for chatting with me. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you again. All right, I'm going to invite Cubby right back as we got words from the CTG camp. The motivation is there. Best of 5s at the horizon, and a want to continue the season.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a nice note to end on for CTG if that's the last we hear from them. But of course, a win in the upcoming best of 3 would mean they get to play the best of 5s and playoffs. And frankly, I mean, that's something that the CTG team really deserves. I mean, they have to earn it with a win today, but I think if they beat Winthrop, a team that they haven't beaten in the last, I think 3 or 4 outings last I checked in CLOL, and given all the changes they had in the middle of the split, I mean, this is a team that, for me, threw away 6 months of work they had for the entire year leading up to NACL and when they made those last-second changes, and they've turned out to be all right. I mean, this is a team, I feel like they finished 3rd in CLOL and actually have a chance for NACL playoffs. I don't know if they kept the roster together, if they'd be in this spot. I feel like it'd be a little bit either similar or probably worse, given where they were looking. And the fact they were able to turn things around that quickly, yeah, I mean, a win today, they book their tickets into the playoffs, and that'd be, I mean, that they definitely make me eat a lot of words if they did that. So, and deservedly so.
That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of competition as well. I think that's something that, you know, they made that change to make this journey, and at this point, maybe it's going to work out for them in the future. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule of games that we do have going on today, though. We talked so much about the first series. Second series still does have some seeding implications as well, though, as we start off with Winthrop University versus Citadel, and then CCG taking on Dorado.
Yeah, and pending a first series win, too. I mean, the second series might be... it could end up being a few-way tiebreaker.
It could be a crazy tiebreaker.
It could be a three-way in which it defaults to strength of victories, and that is an answer that I don't have for you at the moment. So we'll see. That is pending a Citadel victory, a Winthrop victory into a CCG loss would be the three-way tie. So I think that, personally, is the least likely scenario of what two results are today. But... if that does happen, would make for some end of the regular season excitement. As of course, it is kind of nice that we do have matches that matter at the end of the regular season.
We do, and speaking of, the predictions matter as well, as you actually contradict yourself a little bit. Well, I guess if CCG wins, it doesn't matter. We are all aboard the CCG train, but we are split down the middle for CTG and Winthrop University. Should be a fun first series to kick it off.
Little surprising given the recent CLaw track record, which even coach recognized. That's at least split there. Again, Winthrop has dominated Ole Miss in CLaw, and that Ole Miss roster there is what's fielded here under the Citadel banner. So, yeah, I want to say I know the last three outings, I think it's been 9-1 that they've had against them. And I know talking with Mobility after one of the victories, he really feels like that, you know, they're sitting in the CLaw finals. It was Ole Miss that was there last year, and Winthrop was the team that was left short. So this team definitely has shown growth throughout the year. And that's a point that you can really point towards and be like, hey, this is a team one spot better. We'll see if it's two against Maryville for that grand final. But of course, they have to take care of business again against the Citadel squad, one that they have had recent success against in terms of their track record.
Yeah, it's so awesome that we do have some stakes coming into the final day of regular season. I'm always a fan of it. And as we start taking a look at the rosters here, we're going to start by looking at Citadel, as this is a team that obviously we had already stated that had changed the look a little bit coming into the latter half of the split. And so far, the journey has been good. They've been able to put themselves in a position to potentially make playoffs, but they got to put it together one more time.
I mean, still changing the look, too. We have Keel no longer as Mr. Game & Watch, so that's nice. Shout out to them for sending in a photo, and production behind the scenes for helping get Keel's face on the broadcast. Is him swapping to support, honestly, I mean, we've always praised Keel as being a smart player. He's someone where, at his best, he was a top 3 finisher in terms of our most valuable prospect award. And to see him roll swap to support, I think that he's had a few angles where definitely looks new or fresh to the role, kind of like what we've seen from Spica. We've also seen some other angles from Keel where I really feel like he's made a difference for his team in these team fights. Or, you know, playing Lulu and actually walking up to polymorph or target at the right time, kind of tracking cooldowns. I saw that a few times in his Lulu preps. So I feel like he's someone that, you know, has embraced what this swap means for the team. And he still has a little bit of the jungle flare down there with the Nidalee showing as well. So,
True.
I do miss Keel Jungle selfishly just because he was such a good player in the league.
He was.
How he's been able to really step up on this team as support. Been an admirable performance for him, as that was asked of him middle of the split, which is pretty tough to do.
Also, a little shout out to Stray. Got to interview him that last week, and really cool to hear from a guy that's been around the scene for so long and still finding ways to try to innovate himself and improve himself. Really big shout out to him in the top lane as well. But as we take a look at this next roster, Winthrop University, who, again, on paper and in CLaw have their number. It is still a team that's found some struggles towards the latter half of the split and trying to find a way to secure that playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like Winthrop's been hot. They just got smoked by Maryville, which a lot of teams in this league have. Because going into that series...
Not Supernova!
That's true. That was a fun series yesterday. It might have been one of the better ones of the split. But going into that Maryville series, Winthrop was 6-0. They just got beat pretty badly on the Rift. So I still feel like this is a team where, again, heading into the day, they have the hotter track record. They've had Citadel Gaming's number in other competitions. And for me, they're the favorites heading into the day, regardless of what happened against Maryville. So really feel like Winthrop is a team where I'm used to seeing them peak usually earlier in the split, just because they always play together. And that's an advantage versus a lot of the other teams in NACL that don't. But it feels like they're peaking later in the split. And for me, in a better way than what happened last spring when they were going up against Near Airport and giving them pretty close bouts. I actually feel like this Winthrop team, some of the pieces around Denethor Mobility have been playing better. And Mobility feels like a lot more of a consistent carry for me this year, which is usually my biggest knock against him. So it's been fun to see Mobility really kind of grow into that role and be someone that I feel like Winthrop can count on a little bit more, which has been really, really good to see.
Speaking of people to count on, we're going to take a look at our face-to-face matchup by Philips Norelco One Blade, as this jungle matchup should be pretty spicy. I want to see all the control, all the fighting, Griffin versus Wilson. It should be a good time.
Well, Lee Sin's kind of back in the meta, and that definitely spells a positive for Wilson, as he is someone that gets the Lee Sin card and has used it pretty well so far.
Yeah, a lot.
Already tied for his most played, and he's 3-1 on it. So that's a pick to look out for. Meanwhile, on the flip side, I really feel like Griffin, and when Citadel has kind of been at their best, is when he's been making these really aggressive early plays and oftentimes invades. I think that when Citadel ended up getting the best of, what was it, Blue Otter early in the season, when they had like 2-3 camps into bot invades or bot tower dives that really blew up the game early, and they pulled off the biggest upset that we had all year in NACL with beating NRG in a 2-0, in which I feel like both early games were blown up. Thanks to Griffin, thanks to some Sejuani Aurelia, some old school solo queue tech coming back out and doing quite well. But this really is a player that I feel like when he's able to step forward and invade the jungle, he's been good. And I know that doesn't really show in the shared pools because he's been reaching towards a lot more of these tanks when he can. But the Pantheon, the Jarvan, when he gets his hands on these champs, the aggression that he's able to play him with, it's been a good look. And I think that's when Citadel Gaming has been at their best.
And I think, again, going and echoing Colomer's words from earlier, this is where you rely on some of that veterancy. And there is veterancy on Wilson's side, obviously, if you know his previous name as well. But Griffin himself, I think, obviously, with another previous name, too. The two previously named junglers with some hefty experience to lean back on for this important series.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin was an LCS player, right?
Yeah.
He was bouncing around the academy system in LCS.
Better known as
remember that pretty distinctly, yeah. So if you want experience, he's got loads of it. And this is a series where, again, especially, I mean, for both these teams competing in the collegiate circuit, they've had a lot of high-stakes matches of late. So I think both teams are going to be ready to play another one. But I think advantage, obviously, goes over to Winthrop just for the fact that they've really had Citadel Gaming's number. And I know, coming into the day, Mazel, we didn't want to make this story about Citadel, but it's kind of hard to ignore it when, again, the last few bouts between Winthrop and Ole Miss have been so Winthrop favored.
Yeah, and I think track records speak one thing, and obviously that's why I was saying, like, on paper, it's pretty one-sided in that regard as of late, but everything can change. And especially in NACL, it's a little bit of a different situation. So I'm very curious what version of them we get today as well, because if it is just going to be that CLOL-centered version, then I think we can definitely lean on a lot of those predictions we were seeing earlier. But that's up to CTG to change the narrative there. Now, let's go and take a look at the next matchup that we really wanted to focus on. It is this bot lane matchup. Two more players that have a good amount of experience and facing off against each other. It is Array and Mobility.
Yeah, we went into this split for Citadel kind of saying, man, Array is playing a lot better than where his team is at in the standings. And I still somewhat feel that way. And on the flip side, Mobility, I don't feel like the gold diff is exactly representative of how this team plays or what he's been able to do in some of these later fights. as you can see with the damage he's been able to put out. Feels like he's getting more out of the gold that he gets than others, and that's been a positive for me for mobility, because again, this is a player where I had teams in this league and collegiate tell me that if mobility gets a lead, we say it's okay, because we don't think that he can consistently carry these games across the finish line. I don't feel that way this season. I think mobility is really taking steps and strides in the right direction to make sure that when he does get a lead, I'm scared of it. He's been really effective with pushing these leads forward. And I think that's been one of the nice game changers for Winthrop, as it is something where I always thought that Denethor was that rock they had in the top lane, and was always someone that was outperforming where I feel like Winthrop was in the standings. Now you pair mobility with him always being, I think, the other player that was really the strongest, and a lot of the casters that were mostly covering collegiate really hyped up to me. I never really felt like he hit the mantle of what those casters were prepping for him. I don't feel that way this split. I feel like this split, he really has been a solid AD, and has been someone where, again, he gets the lead, I'm scared. I think that he can consistently make sure these leads cross the finish line. So, yeah, definitely a fun matchup today against two ADs that I've always had a lot of respect for Array, and my respect for mobility has really grown this split.
And just looking at those shared champ pools, it is a lot that are shared, but the biggest and by far the most is Ezreal for both of these players. The most played by multiple for both of them. So I'm very curious at what the priority on Ezreal is going to be looking like. Obviously, it's Fearless, can only get chosen one time, but I do wonder if it gets banned away at all or anything like that. But we'll have to see what they end up wanting to go for, if it's going to be more 2v2 centric styles today, or if it's going to be more of that facilitation with some of the more utility picks in that bot lane. But I'm always a fan of mobility Jhin, and it's his second most played, so we'll see if he pulls that one out today. But I think this one's going to be a pivotal matchup, especially, like I was saying, kind of what direction they want to go. And we'll get that from the draft, obviously. But if it's going to be more focused on the bot lane today, or if we're going to see the junglers kind of path towards solo lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons why Ezreal is really prioritized, especially on the Winthrop side, is so that Kim Down can take engagers. As Kim Down's really been focused on picking up the Nico bar Nautilus, and was even putting, I think, priority on these champions before some of the nerfs came in to enchantresses, some of the buffs to other supports. And it feels like Kim Down is someone that needs to be on an engage role for this team to be at their best. So I think that's why we've seen a lot of Ezreal Jhin from mobility. On the flip side, for Citadel, I think Ezreal somewhat frees up a few of the supports that Keel can take, as it has mostly been enchantresses for Keel. But I expect, some of our autofill junglers to support to be able to play a Nautilus. We haven't seen it yet from Keel, but I know we can play that. We've seen the Leona for engage too, and they share the Bard, which I think Keel's Bard probably needs a little bit of work, but that's okay. Again, he's kind of new to stepping into the support role. So I do think that the way that Ezreal has been used for both teams, it is really to free up what their support can take. And that's something that Kim Down's really cashed in on, as someone that I feel like when Winthrop has Kim Down on engage, this team is playing with their tempo and taking better fights because of that. And that's when they've been at their best. So definitely expecting to see Kim Down on that role again today. Yeah,
it was some really bright moments. I know this is maybe aging myself a little bit, but when we were seeing Kim Down on TL challengers and being able to see some of the moments that like those engages mattered so much, and now that we've started to see a little bit more prevalence of those engaged supports, I do appreciate that, and I appreciate that he's straying away a little bit from the enchanters. That's a personal bias there, but I also do love to see Keel sticking with the meta and going with things that are extremely strong, and maybe we'll see that difference between them here today in terms of what they're going to be looking for.
Okay, I think that Kim Down, going back to that TL point, I thought he was really good in that year with TLC when he had Coach Spawn behind him before Coach Spawn got promoted. Against Spawn, I've been privileged to sit in some of the scrims. I was a body for the TL Academy tryouts from 22 going into 23, where Kim Down was actually at and where they picked him up for the team. I feel like from the outside looking in, as I wasn't, with the team for that split, it feels like Kim Down really benefited from the structure. And within that structure, his discipline and ability to find these timers in the map, the way that he was playing out his lanes, this is someone that I kind of used my last vote for most valuable prospect. We get 5. I put Kim down in the summer split just because of how much growth he really showed in that first year competing for TLC. I think this is the best that he's looked since that split. And I'd bet you that the structure of Winthrop helps. I mean, this is pretty similar to what it was like playing in Challengers League, where you're going into the office every day, you got scrims, you got practice, and I think that's an environment that I've seen a lot of players benefit from. One that I definitely saw Kim Down directly benefit from his time in TLC. And one that definitely feels like has elevated this play to the best that I've seen it since his time with TLC, which has been a real positive.
It's been really cool to see a lot of teams kind of work on their back end structure, especially in this first split, and like try to figure out what the best strategies are. If it's going to be that strict style, like we were hearing from Golomer earlier, if it's going to be a little bit more loosey goosey, but also what the time schedules and stuff look like, scrims, practices, and stuff like that. Especially because of a lot of our players either being involved in other leagues, but also being involved in maybe a little bit more important thing in college and education.
Classes come first. Yeah,
it's been cool to see teams kind of work through that and try to figure out the best way to approach NACL with all these busy schedules too.
A bit of a challenge, of course. Do you see Winthrop in their arena? I know that for the Citadel squad, I believe
they all
have higher
look like
ping.
they're in the same place. The buildings all look like they're all like white walls. It all has like the same trim around the doors. Like
maybe same apartment complex.
They're just trying to represent.
I will say, as we're about to get in the draft, so in college, I was an RA. Yes, I guess that's. I bet a lot of people at home just judge me for that. But I was an RA for 3 semesters. Yes, Cubby the RA. I was a little bit loosey-goosey on that. But there was something at our university called Living Learning Communities, LLCs. Clever, business brand. Anyway, you could pick topics and actually stay with people that had similar interests to you. So we had a gaming LLC where we put a lot of the varsity esports gamers in the same dorm. They loved it. Their RA kind of hated it because they were like, these friends are too close and stay up too late, where it's kind of a problem for other people in the dorm. I had a great one. I had the great outdoors, and I had one room of students. Shout out to Teddy and his roommate, who I'm blanking on the name of, but I never saw them on the weekends because these guys would go out and camp every weekend. I crap you not. Every weekend they would go out and they would just find a spot to camp. And they loved it. And I was like, are you guys having fun? You guys being safe? Yep. I'd see them on Monday. Be like, what's up? How was your weekend camping? Like, what'd you make for food? Definitely different style. But hey, living with some friends that you enjoy in college, I thought that was kind of a cool feature that we had at Miami University of Ohio. And one that, who knows, maybe they're taking advantage of over at Ole Miss, living in the same apartment complex or dorms.
Yeah, being able to get everybody in person is such an important factor, but even being like close or having those connections extremely important. And we've seen it be super successful in the NACL. That year, whenever everybody got sent away from LA, there was a big difference between teams that got to stay together in person at least, or close to, than teams that didn't.
I was doing some homework, and since the changes made to NACL, 7 out of the 8 teams that have made finals have spent some time of the split playing together as 5. And that is including the Fear X boot camps, as well as some of the challenger teams that we had that were still playing out of their own offices. The only exception for that would be the Conviction Squad, the streamer team, where they pretty much play League for their living. So I do think that playing
might
together...
be important,
Yeah, I feel like playing together as 5, giant advantages for anyone that's experienced that. I've been privileged enough to do so, because that is what makes gaming the most fun. You do it together.
Well, what else is fun is draft. And
we can get out of the rabbit holes and into the game.
Right. So we, importantly enough, we are cresting over to 2610 today, as we will be coming into, or at least this week. But we will be seeing CTG on that blue side, banning away the Nocturne and the Lucian already. Winthrop University on that red side had banned away primarily bot lanes in the Varus, the Ezreal, and that Karma.
Jarvan taken away too, which means a lot of those priority junglers still up, as well as some of the priority enchantresses. Orianna for Seraphine trade definitely being put on the table. Let's see if Ashe Seraphine is snagged here by Citadel.
Oriana's pretty good, though. Anytime I see that champion make it through, I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that one, Coach. We'll see if they I would
agree, but that comes from a lot of time in Tier 1 leagues.
That is
Oriana,
true. That is true. The champion is still ridiculous, though. Let's be real. Let's be real.
It's been the most banned champion that we have in NACL, but when it's hit the Rift, it's been 2-12 overall.
Which is tough. It is a
tough.
Tough record.
A 14% win rate is that is grounds for expulsion since we have two schools.
Yeah. You got to keep it school based. We
grounds
do
for
get the Bard coming in for Kiel though, so we'll still have that centered focus around that Bard play, and we'll have the Azir come in as the answer to the Oriana for Bradley.
I mean, if you Ashe Seraphine, it's the power pick. You're likely walking into a counter. Ashe did see a small nerf on this patch as the Q gives a little bit less AD throughout the game. But I'd say that lane has fallen off in priority a little bit as more people have figured out how to play into it. I still think it's the premier bot lane. And if you get to the late game with that, it's big. That said, we talked a lot about how Kim Down focused on the engage. Going to take the Nautilus into the Bard. And might be the Jhin here for mobility. So you got your wish here, Mazel.
Let's go. I'm here for it. It's the Jhin Nautilus bot lane, which I'm always a big fan of because the CC chaining is ridiculous. But does mean they will need a little bit more setup and a little bit more carry potential out of Wilson in the jungle, which I do appreciate for Winthrop coming into game number 1.
You know, I think you got a snag bot here. There might have been 3 picks that you could have gone through to drop. I was wondering about, maybe you get a Pantheon if you want some backline access out of the jungle here for Griffin, but not going to be the case. Instead, some speed secured as Sivir was going to give a lot of wave dominance early on against Jhin. And honestly, set up for 2 very different fights as Winthrop with the Oriana Jhin Nautilus already showing some burst and ult reliance, whereas the DPS from Azir and Sivir, if allowed to go late and if allowed to auto attack freely, will melt any team that is on the other side of the rift. So I'll see if Winthrop can find some ways to deny that. I do think that Jhin range can help a lot with making it difficult for Azir and Sivir to auto. But getting some more chaos on the rift or some more circles for Winthrop, again, whenever I see Sivir, and somewhat Azir too, it's just Azir slippery, but whenever I see Sivir, can Sivir auto attack? Is Sivir allowed to auto attack within the game? Because if so, the damage that this champion can put down honestly can be unmatched if you get a few items and the bouncing blades going. But if you're not allowed to auto attack, you don't really have a big impact on the game.
And now we do get through the second phase of bans, and we already see the Pantheon Jace ban by CTG. It's going to be top lane focus towards Stray for Winthrop University as they ban the Rumble and the Scion.
Yeah, a little surprised to see the Scion ban. I mean, Jhin doesn't want to see a Scion in the game, but it's also a good pick into Sivir. So
just give him 4 items. He'll be fine.
Yeah, it's also one where I kind of trust Denethor to play in the Scion well. I'm not a giant fan of the Gnar versus Scion matchup, but if it's Denethor's Gnar versus Scions, I'll usually be on the Denethor side. So see if Gnar makes an appearance here, because it is a good matchup into the Cassante that's been locked down for Stray in the top lane.
Okay, appreciate the Stray Cassante. We have seen it one other time so far this split, but does provide you some of that front line to really set up some of that auto attacking that you're really looking for, like you were saying, Cubby, even with the Azir as well, looking for those sustained autos. And we'll see what they kind of want to round out with for Griffin for CTG side. The Rumble, not there for Stray. He's still going to get the comfort. On the other side, we also get some serious comfort. We get the Gnar locked in for Denethor.
Yep, I mean, kind of expected. See Cassante on the screen, so Denethor going to get his most played. One of the champions that was really in his wheelhouse early on as a top laner, so a lot of comfort for Denethor on this pick. One that can definitely make it a little bit more difficult for Sivir to auto-attack throughout the fights, but we actually have a Wukong coming in from Wilson. It's only Wilson's second Wukong of the split, and honestly a pick that we've seen really fall out of priority as it's Jungle Susan.
Yo, Griffin coming in with the spice here. Dude, these sustained fights from CTG are insane. I do not want to be locked in that arena with them for more than 5 seconds. I'm good. I don't want that.
Yeah, and I think that Winthrop's plan is never really let them enter the arena, as a lot of zoning tools from the Oriana and the Jhin but also I think early game going to be in Winthrop's favor. Orianna versus Azir. We need a jungle presence mid in order to get Orianna flashes down. Or else in isolation, Orianna should be up CS in that matchup. Nasus isn't exactly the jungler that's going to have a giant impact on that matchup. So I think that in terms of getting Orianna's flash out, that's not going to be on Keel to use some of the bot lane priority to walk mid. But I expect solo lanes to be set up winning for Winthrop. And Jin's kind of a neutralizer in the bot lane. So I do like Wukong in winning lanes. And the knockup interacts very well with Azir and Sivir in the backline. So curious to see if Wilson can use this pick well. I think Wukong, we haven't seen as much of it because it doesn't play fast enough as a champion. But I still think that if you are allowed to get to 6 or you get to Trinity Force Under Sky, you're still a very, very strong champion. Just have to get to those marks, which the winning lanes will hopefully help out with.
Such an important series and such an important final day of the regular season as we get a pause going into it. Unfortunate.
You were getting into it, Mizel.
Yeah, I was.
Oh.
You know, I just won't say anything. We'll have a quiet entrance into the game.
It's like
hopefully
the caster start the game button. It was pressed, but it wasn't like all the way pressed. You know,
it's like the safety launch abort system for the rocket. You know,
make sure you smash the next one. You know,
yeah. Hopefully we'll get into the game here shortly, but nonetheless, very important series for both these two teams. Playoffs on the line, you win and you're in. And I think for CTG, definitely a little bit of a rocky story to get here, but the fact they're here nonetheless, an important factor to think about in Winthrop University, trying to keep their streak alive in the playoffs.
Yeah, of course, playoffs on the line. Winner of this series gets in to the playoffs, as it will be a 6th seed for Citadel. And for Winthrop, their seeding kind of depends on the later matchups that we have. It can be a little bit interesting. As while we have the time, and we can stay in the pocket of the game before I start talking about RA stories again. Just for some of the scenarios at home. Again, Citadel win. They would own the tiebreaker over Winthrop. They'd be tied in series score at 6-7. So Citadel would take the 6th seed and be in playoffs. Now, if it is a Winthrop win and a CCG loss, we would be in the scenario where we would be through the first 2 tiebreaker scenarios in a 3-way tie for 4 through 6. And we will talk about that if it happens later. We're going to dive into the matches right now.
Should be a fun one. We'll see. We've gotten some very team-oriented fights ahead of us here with this first draft. Game number 1 between CCG and Winthrop University kicking off now. We do have the spice of the Nasus in the jungle. We'll see what exactly happens with Griffin. I know we were highlighting the jungle matchup as a lollipop for you, Mr. Action Jackson, as Kim Down's going to get traded pretty heavily on the back end of this. I don't know if he wanted to take that dredge line early. Will lose about 3/4 of his health in the trade. Array takes about half from mobility as well. So bit of sauce in the bot lane 2v2 early.
I mean, the real sauce here is the fact that Wilson is spotted out by a ward, but is invading the Nasus. So again, I think that if this game goes late on even footing, Citadel is going to be the stronger late game comp. Their ability for Cassante and Nasus to tank and Azir, Sivir to put out damage should be unmatched later on into the game. That said, early on, Winthrop needs to take really the winning lanes they have and these one-item spikes and try and cash in against Citadel. So, like the fact that Wilson is utilizing at least the push in mid you get early to take away some camps. He's going to take all 3 camps away
the whole
from Griffin.
thing.
And I got to say, Denethor, if he gets this wave in, should be able to fight Nasus very early on. As if Nasus is only 3 camps, I mean, Griffin could really be starved out here.
They are going to see Wilson taking the Krugs, so now Griffin has some decisions to make. I love this move, though, early on to make these questions be answered by CTG. We'll see Winthrop move back to their side. At least Wilson will be pathing up towards top to try to stop any of the vertical jungling that could come through. You see Griffin, that's his first idea.
I like how he hit it, because there was a ward on the ramp that spotted him in the first place, and now he's going to get around it as
Zach was leaning.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the slow come down. The Wither does do crazy things. We'll get the flash out of Zach. Griffin will go over to Wilson's red side, but see that the chicken's already gone. So now he's struggling to find his next answer, and Wilson's waiting for him in the bush. He's got the red buff. He's got some good damage. Wukong skirmishing early is huge, but the Wither will back them off.
Well, the red buff's what's going to back Griffin off in the end. As so far, the Griffin
Man, what
jungle,
do you do?
Griffin jungle, he got checkmated a little bit early on here because you can't invade this top side either because Gnar versus Cassante, it's going to be Gnar favored. Denethor has the ability to play the wave better than the Cassante, and yeah, I mean, getting Zack's flash is definitely a win. We talked about how the rinse and repeat in this matchup very important for Azir versus Orianna, as you want to get the flash down and then try and rinse and repeat. Utilize the Emperor's Divide, stream a shuffle, but really, I mean, all Griffin can do right now is
hang mid. And Kimdown's even on the roam, so he can't even go for the double Scuttle Crab. We're going to see a 3v3 at mid lane at 3.5 minutes. It's Griffin that gets engaged on. He's going to try to go for the Magical Journey. Wilson wants to follow him here.
Griffin take the respawn.
Very, very low, and he's going to get the second round because Griffin has to back.
Yep. I mean, this is a great opener. Great opener from Winthrop.
Oh, Griffin gets stunned by Zack. First blood, Winthrop University.
Oh.
That is tragedy.
I just watched Griffin get old Yellard. Zack behind the wall.
Oh, man.
Finds the comet. And
this might be one of the most brutal early games for a jungle I've ever seen. And I get to watch Rafa try to jungle with our 5 stack.
I mean, as a veterinarian, Mizel, you have to be devastated what's happening to this dog right now.
It is a tough one. I just struggle to see how he gets back in. He's going to go back to his top side, start clearing down again. He only did lose his chickens on the second respawn. The Wilson will be far and above ahead of him in the CS, and now will be able to get his back off, probably complete a good amount, and be back in the driver's seat as these objectives are going to be spawning the next few minutes. Engage on bot side. This is why I love this duo. And get some free poke in there. Some poke going to come back as he got hit. And that's going to be mobility, losing a huge chunk of his health on that big 2v2 trade.
Well played, Array. That sad story of this game. Still going to be in the jungle. As Griffin is about to get 2 of his respawn camps. He has his respawn Krugs up. His respawn Raptors were denied. He only got 1 crab. And Wilson cleared out his entire jungle and is yet to base. So this is going to be a massive base for the Wukong, who is working towards, of course, I would expect the Trinity Force first. Does he get withered?
Oh,
Flash Wither.
That's going to be the Flash Wither coming through.
Space
Zack doesn't have that flash back, and we'll see. Okay, Siphoning Strike not going to be used to get the kill, but Bradley will get his. And it'll be now 1-1 in the mid lane.
Well played. I think this is really all Griffin can do, is try and impact that mid lane. As he's able to impact it twice again, Wilson has yet to base. I think this is the fattest first base I've seen all year for NACL. We are level 6 without the second crab being taken.
Oh my god, that Earthbound axe.
Well on our way.
And 2 long swords. Man just came out fully equipped from the armory.
Yeah, that's one too many, by the way, for a Trinity Force. So a bit of an oops there. I would have preferred a Ruby Crystal, which could have been afforded, or in the 250 ability haste item. Uh-oh.
Him down, waiting in the bush, had a control ward in there. Now CTG will realize they're going to collapse, but look at Winthrop. They're playing so well together. The collapse has been incredible. Kimdown has been on constant roams, and it's been really impressive, the first footing of Winthrop University in the series.
I mean, there's just no way into this game for Griffin. Now, again, the scaling of these picks,
they're going to go for a flank.
Back hard. Okay. And they can go for a flank if they want. I mean, they had Wilson with... If he wanted to skip the red buff, he could.
He's taking his red buff, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Let him have some food. Just leave him some kibble, dude.
I feel like if we try to engage in a tweet with PETA, they might respond. That's how I felt about the first 5 minutes of this game.
Hey, he's gotten the 2 top scuttles, all right? Well, he gets that, at least. Dragon will be started up by Wilson.
I'm going to be on the monkey side.
He's already a full level up over Griffin. And it's really just been team effort, right? Like, Wilson had great ideas to go for the early pathing, but the fact that we've seen such movement from his team around him as well, especially Kimdown, it has just enabled this even further and made it hurt even more for CTG.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of this is some of the lanes that were drafted and what Citadel went with. This is a lot of scaling for Citadel. And part of why, I mean, the argument for these fighter junglers is a lot of the times if you are strong early, which the Sundered Sky, the Black Cleaver route is pretty much as strong as you can be early that these teams are signing up for. It can get the lanes like Azir Sivir off the ground, so then you can do stuff later on. Now, the lanes have done all right, but the fact that Winthrop have just had push in lanes, they've completely eliminated the enemy jungler from the game. It's going to take a long time for Griffin to get involved. And again, Nasus is a champion.
He does scale.
You scale hard, and you can slingshot back into the game really hard. So we'll see if that ends up happening for Citadel. I also don't love it this game, just because like, you're taking Nasus for the wither value, and Jhin isn't exactly known for his attack speed. So I don't think he's gonna be the wither target necessarily, but you're kind of losing out on a lot of the value there for Nasus, which is really in the wither.
Oh, a little 2v2 in the mid lane. Came down trying to stop this engage. Bradley went for the Shurima Shuffle. Does end up getting push prio in that mid lane, but Wilson has just been taking the grubs the entire time, and they will get the unfortunate news there. Full neutral objective control early by Citadel.
Again, feel like this is all Citadel can really do. Bradley's their one lane that is strong, and they're doing their best to play around with a bit. But like Kim Down being there in the hover, and as long as the lanes are neutral, it's the jungle that can continue to smash. As Wilson, I mean, this guy's feasting on like anything that I've seen so far, and really not what we were expecting out of our featured matchup. But I think one of the better stories for Winthrop, kind of teased in the pregame that a lot of like the two mainstays on this team have been Denethor and Mobility. They've had the longest tenures, along with Wilson. But I feel like some of the supporting pieces have really stepped up for Winthrop this split. Like Zach's improved drastically throughout the split, and Wilson I think has been playing a lot better and more consistently, especially with Zach throughout this split. And nice to see Wilson having a really fat game this game, because again, I've not seen a jungle lead like this in a long time.
It is pretty one-sided in that matchup, but the thing that gets worse is like this neutral objective control by Winthrop is so important for the way that they want to dictate the game as well. I know we were talking a little bit in the draft about kind of the burst potential of this comp, and that just gets stronger, especially, once Wilson is that Trinity Force, once we get that first item completion from Zach. And now that we're going to have some of these, I would say, bigger team fights coming up, I do expect them to be able to pick out the targets correctly, right? And I think that's something that CTG really needs to be wary of if they're going to try to attempt and fight some of these coming through.
Seen two all-outs casted by Stray, in which Denethor has sidestepped nicely. He'll flash his burn on the Gnar. He's played around his timer appropriately, and that was the timer to try and attack Stray himself with a mini. And I'm with you, Bazel. I think, yeah, he's going to get out of this. It's all right. But in terms of the timers, I don't think Citadel can contest either. This next dragon...
Oh, my God.
This next dragon is going to be given away. Yes, that is a pre-11-minute Trinity Force out of the jungle with 1 assist. That is, again, I think Wukong is at his best when you get the Trinity Force spike, because it's more expensive than Sundered Sky. Usually a lot of teams look to punish within that window. That window's been denied. And then 2-item Wukong is crazy. Like 2 items and pass.
Yeah.
Because this champion also scales really well. And again, we haven't seen him as much out of the jungle this split, just because I think the game is too fast around Wukong. Wukong needs winning lanes, needs to scale, needs to get into the game. That's not exactly the meta right now.
Griffin's Siphoning Strike is actually going to be doing a decent chunk now. He does have the Protoplasm Harness now as well. So went with the cheaper item to make sure he can stay on the item completion. Oh, but he gets engaged on. And unfortunately, as Nasus, you don't really have any exit tools. Bradley's going to try to put some damage down. Here comes the Cyclone. That Trinity Force is hitting hard. As Wilson gets another kill for Winthrop University, they'll use the Cyclone as a deflect to get away from the play. And it is unfortunately Griffin who pays the ultimate price again.
It's a nice preemptive ult there from Wilson on the exit, but just a good read from Winthrop. As again, we're screaming at it, and the inventories we see to the Trinity Force, Mazel, and I'm sure if Citadel hit tab, it would have been screaming about the strength of the Wukong as well.
Just wonder if Keel's actually going to get it. Uses the clone to get the stun with the Cosmic Binding.
You know, Miss L, I hate to say recently, I was fooled by a fake X post. It was about monthly subscription where you could get chicken nuggets every day at McDonald's. I feel like Wilson has taken out said subscription on enemy Raptors.
He's the one who created it.
He did.
Just now today. Yes. Griffin doesn't get any chicken nuggets, and Wilson gets all of them. It's just how it works. That's how business is done here in NACL.
And if you're Wilson, business is booming.
He's got all the chicken nuggets he could want. He's up like 50 CS right now in the jungle. That is no easy feat.
He might have enough to start his own chain and then have the real estate to then be bought out by the big conglomerate.
On the hunt, going to be Pop, Tempered Fates, and TP coming through from Denethor, though, and that's going to be a game changer. Kim Down getting low is going to flash out. Kim Down is alive. Griffin going to die for a third time. Three-man shockwave coming through from Zach as well. Isn't enough damage, though. Denethor's on the back line. He's all by himself. He has been left alone, and Bradley will take him clean. That's going to be the Dragon going to Winthrop University. A couple kills going the way of CTG.
Yeah, +1 on the Dragon for Winthrop, +1 on the kills for Citadel. Still think that Winthrop is the team that comes out on top as they picked up the neutral objective, keep the stack going. But that TP from Denethor, little aggressive as he tried to get in there. Play that fight a little bit too fast as the transition to the mini. Not exactly what you would want to be hopping into the enemy team. And at least Citadel get what they can.
I love that we're getting a little bit of this fight back from CTG, and you can see how some of their setup tools can really enable them to lock down singular members. We're going to take a look back at the replay.
I mean, I think that this was... Kim Down's going to go down here. So I think this is just kind of Denethor going a little bit too deep. This is a beautiful shockwave by Zach, and I think Denethor just kind of saw that, got a little excited.
The ricochet, man.
Good stun by Keel, and Stray able to pop the all-out to clean him up, so... I honestly feel like that's more of an oopsie from Denethor, the fact that Citadel got that one. That was a beautiful fight by Winthrop. Probably should have been a little bit more than that, but they decided to focus on the objective instead.
Bradley's getting pretty strong, so Winthrop say they want to stop that in its tracks. They aren't going to get anything out of him here in the top side, as he did have Keel right behind him. Griffin is making his way over as well. I got to give props to Bradley through all the muck of the early game. He is still getting pretty strong on the Azir.
I mean, he was the focus for Citadel, and he is about to pop a Cole. Interesting choice.
Huge.
But he got away with it. I didn't notice until now. Good for him. I mean, he is big, but again, Winthrop, you have a lot of tools to make sure you can auto, and a lot of that comes around Cyclone and Nautilus.
Kim Down goes for a Ray, but the Tempered Fate comes through. Kim Down backs off. Wilson goes in for the engage, uses the clone. Here comes everything from Winthrop University. Griffin's going to go down in one of the shots for mobility. The fourth shot will miss. Shutdown goes over to Bradley as he takes down Wilson. Denethor about to get Meganar, and they are in the pit. They are in the Shark's Den of Winthrop University, or should I say the Eagles' Roost, as Winthrop wiped them clean off of Summoner's Rift. The only one still available is Stray, and he has nothing to say in this fight. Rift Herald does not go down. Winthrop find more gold, and Zach finds a side lane turret.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough scenario for Citadel. One that I probably would not have opted into. Again, just don't think they're strong enough to fight. This Wukong is ginormous, and this engage misses. I think they see Gnar and Mini and think maybe, but your jungler is down 2 levels. You have a lot of scaling in Azir and Sivir. And this is a very split fight that Citadel wasn't set up for, and again, Stray, while all this is going on, he used TP to get Denethor and create a +1 scenario in the last fight, which was good, but he can't move for this one. So I feel like Citadel Gaming's opting into a fight they shouldn't. Just given the comp they have, they're not strong enough yet to really take something into Winthrop, where Wilson's so ridiculously ahead, and this team really spikes early as they end up getting beat in the fight. More gold goes over to Winthrop. They did pause the Herald, but... I got distracted on my screen, Mazel, because I see a blasting wand in Denethor's inventory. So, are we cooking up a static Shiv Gnar? Or what's going on here?
It's the Aether Wisp for the static shield.
It is. So, is it Dusk and Dawn? But there's
Dusk and Dawn, probably. We'll see.
I am curious. Denethor would know.
We'll
yeah, the Black Cleaver. already a unique start, you know?
Very true. About almost 4,000 gold lead now for Winthrop University early on in this game, but do still love some of the fighting strength that CTG have been showing. Everybody's going to be repositioned around this Rift Herald now, Cubby.
Still don't think this is a fight that Citadel can take. That said, they commit Bradley's TP and have 4 members looking for Zach, who does
They got to try to connect with Array, though.
He does finagle his way out of the dive, and you're right, Array's going to pick up this mid lane that is going down. Oh, Zach went back in. Never mind.
Okay, well, Zach is going to go down under turret. Griffin gets the siphoning strike, plus 12. As now everybody from Winthrop University is now going to collapse. Griffin in some trouble now. Here comes the curtain call. Going to hit one, hit two. He's going to go look for a fourth. He gets a double kill with a beautiful curtain call from Mobility. And it's CTG who are running for the hills now. Triple kill coming through. They might look for more. Deadly Flare is going to be dodged out. A 4th shot ready to go from Mobility. But Winthrop University strike true, strike fast. And now they have control over the top side.
Dive on the Zach was a positive, but that exit, Azir wasn't able to connect and actually fight. Again, Bradley going to be the strong point for the Citadel comp. So I think if Azir is not DPSing, there's just really no fight there for Citadel. So nice dive, but a little bit too much committed. And Winthrop gets out with a lot less tools committed for themselves with the fight win. So again, I think Citadel, when you're at this point of the game, I mean, getting shutdowns, objective bounties is a way back in, as the pity prizes are important for making sure you get back in. I just don't think that Citadel has found the right setups for the fights they need. Again, these fights taken too early, as that's a good flash, gets out of the combo. Shockwave was used.
TP coming in from Stray as well, so full 5 stack from CTG to delay this dragon stacking from Winthrop.
Wow.
And they will. So it will be Winthrop who seed this dragon setup here. They say, it is not the time. We missed our combo. We don't have Cyclone. We will back off. So a delay to the dragon soul for Winthrop. And that's going to be first dragon for CTG. But Winthrop are not without their own prizes, as they will take the Rift Herald.
Big flash from Keel. Very big flash from Keel. And hey, good lesson at home. Sometimes using that flash around the objective to get out of the big engage ultimate can be really valuable, as he gets out of both the Cyclone and the Shockwave, and those 2 big tools being left to the wayside. And nice early TP from Stray to make sure Citadel full commits to the objective, and Winthrop doesn't want to sign up for that fight. So that buys 5 minutes.
Wilson just taking more of Griffin's jungle, man. Come on. He's just took his blue, took his Gromp. He's up like 50, 60 CS occasionally here in the jungle matchup, and up about 1.5. Now Denethor is potentially in some trouble, as Bradley's going to look for him. Goes for the flash play preemptively onto the Gnar, and Bradley will pick up another kill for CTG.
Good find. I mean, was Wilson hard committed on the top side? They took the top outer. Citadel plays the seesaw nicely, and Denethor gets picked off. So that's a positive. That said, on the exit,
I don't know if Kim Down wanted to be there. He's in some serious trouble. You got to think, those siphoning strikes are hitting strong, and Bradley is too. They're going to find one. Griffin doesn't go with his team, just says, I'm going to try to commit to kill Mobility, and just dives for it. As Keel's sitting there with the open exit door saying, where did you go, buddy? As that will be Array looking for mid lane, and does have Wilson screaming down his back.
I mean, you can see how good the find on the Kim Down was against, again, this Nautilus is going to be paper against the Nasus, even in spite of early game woes. The concern is that Wukong is going to be very large, as Wilson has... I mean, the fact that it was Griffin on 2 items for that fight with no boots, and Wilson wasn't yet at 2 items, I think Wilson's sitting on a lot of gold, as he just finished his base, and yep, there's a Sundered Sky, and I expect to be change. Yep. I think it speaks to how cheap those early items are for Nasus, but... Go back to the Philips Ronaldo one-blade precision play, as Kim Down and Denethor are able to rout Citadel on the dive. And yeah, Jin Bullets nicely placed. A lot of ability to lock down and stall to make sure that those curtain calls can hit, and Mobility 4 for 4 there.
I'm always a fan of Mobility's Jin. I think he's one of the best Jins in NACL and in Tier 2 in general. It's been really, really cool to see him work on this craft. Another one where we find him unkilled. I harken back to Summer Split.
Man, it's legendary.
Playoffs last year, and yeah, he is legendary. Get the Halo announcer in here if you can. So 8-0 on Mobility's Gen is going to feel real good. Still about 4,000 gold up is Winthrop, but let's take a state of things now because we're working on 3 items. Bradley is already on 3 items, completing a Rallies. He's the most built in the game. As we're going to see an engage come through, and unfortunately, all that gold might not give you riches. As
he missed!
Mobility missed 2 shots in a row. Bradley was dead to rights, and now he's got a chance to live. He will finally fall, and so does Array. 2 big carries for CTG are gone. That means Baron is in the eye of the beholder, and that beholder is Winthrop.
Maybe a little Z-axis homework from Mobility, but that's all right. You can think about that while he's taking the Baron. They clean it up, fine to the end. Again, Citadel stacked up and knocked down by the stronger Winthrop and the strong Wukong. I mean, this game has really been the Wilson game. And I think that we have seen, again, a lot of, I'd say, positives from Wilson. Because when I think of Winthrop early on in the split, Mazel, it was a team that was getting early leads, but they just weren't converting them. And it looks kind of like desperate or panicked in the mid-game. Really feel like these mid-games from Winthrop have been just visibly improved. It's been a big part of, for me, them making finals in CLOL, but a bigger part, for me, of them trying to win the series to lock in playoffs for NACL. Is, again, this is a must-win series for them to make playoffs as winner gets in. I know that a couple bullets missed, but in terms of the cohesiveness of the combo from Kim Down and Wilson, really well played by those two to make sure they get the big target in Bradley, the one person on Citadel that has 6 out of the 8 kills and has been involved in every single one. It took him out of the fight first.
Oh, Kale gets brought back from the grave there. Incredible stuff from Kim Down. You go through the magical journey, but you don't come back out the other side. Zach is going to flash for the kill. Double for him. Going on to Bradley, and now things are starting to fall apart. The avalanche of Winthrop University is starting to come through, and I don't think Griffin's got enough stacks to survive, as that's going to be Wilson moving on to him. He loses about half health. It's going to be focus on bot lane now as Winthrop University are collapsing on this tier 2.
Game's been all Winthrop. They had the early game comp, but we said going in, their goal was to never let Citadel really enter the arena. And while Citadel's been able to find some kills, and I think the Dragon that they manufactured was quite good off the flash from Keel to get out of the 2 neutrals. It really has been 2 mistakes from Winthrop, I feel like, this game. And besides that, it's been Winthrop from start to finish. As Denethor also flexing some of his Gnar skills with
his Dusk and Dawn
the cleaver into the Dusk and Dawn, yeah. This is, I mean, Dusk and Dawn was changed a bit as you heal and apply on hits twice after using abilities. So I think the if you Q auto, that's gonna proc your W. No,
it will.
Yeah, it should. I'm talking my way through it.
Oh, Tempered Fate hits on the 2. Curtain Call is unleashed here, though. You got to be really careful. He's even doing damage to Stray at this point. 4th shot ready for kill as his head gets poked over the side. It's going to be Winthrop University trying to gather as 4 here to continue this fight. They did end up losing Wilson. Big, strong piece. Now Mobility with his 4th shot needs to be careful. He's going to get withered. He's going to potentially go down. Bradley gold for the throat. Gold for the 1,000 gold shutdown. And Bradley is looking to pull CTG back from the brink. Over 1,500 gold just sat in his pockets, and Denethor's gonna get withered. Array's gonna run him down, and CTG show life in this game number 1.
This is a comp that scales monumentally hard between Nasus, Azir, and Sivir. This is 2 Mountain Dragons now. That's a huge mistake from Winthrop, losing that fight in the end, as I think the 2 Mountain Dragons make a giant impact in making sure the Nasus and the Cassante are just a bit tankier against that Jhin to make sure this game might just go in their favor. As those shutdowns going on over to Bradley too, this is a world where with the 2 Dragons and a 5k gold lead at this point, no Baron, the ability for Azir and Sivir to stall out, get to 3-4 plus items, which they're already at 3. This can be scary later on for Winthrop if this is not cleaned up cleanly. And I'd hate to say, just as I complimented them cleaning up their mid-game and transitions, to end up in a loss just off a chase. It really feels like the slows from the Rylai's and the Wither, they got through the Swifties of the Jhin, and the chase was on. for Citadel Gaming as they chase down Winthrop and got a lot of gold in their pockets, and Bradley's pockets at that, off that fight.
Dude, I cannot give enough praise to Bradley this game. He has kept his head straight. He is looking at the end goal. From draft, we talked about CTG scaling and how that is the factor that's really going to reign supreme for them and some of that sustained team fighting. Bradley has made sure they even get to this point where they are feeling like they can contest some things. They can move some positions on the map. And on this Azir, he is the saving grace of Citadel right now. Him down.
Oh,
gets
did it
caught
connect?
going for a ward. He's in some trouble. He's going to go for the engage. Bradley's in trouble. If you do
Seekers?
get Bradley, maybe that makes a big difference. Wilson going to go for the double cyclone, and Bradley is down. The president is gone, and CTG are running away. White flag raised as Winthrop University correct the mistakes, smash down on the center point of CTG, and are now looking for a push in the bot lane.
Yeah, I honestly, I understand when they go for that outer. It's a side lane, and it's an objective bounty on it. Just ended up over pushing. I didn't exactly see the map state heading into that to say like if that was maybe too much or not. But regardless, Bradley goes down. Still has flash available, so it's not like a flash and die. We'll see if he can use that to make a play here. Winthrop kind of take control back of this game. Still have a couple towers to push down here. Bradley's up in 8. They're going to try and get both inhibitors before he's back as Keel flashes out of Denethor's combo.
Another good flash from Keel today. And Denethor's in a little bit of trouble. Tempered Fate's going to connect onto him. He should be left out to dry here. Shockwave hits on a 3 from Zach, and now they open back up. Keel's going to go down first. Shots are not connecting. Stray is going to TP into the fight now as well. Some of that tanking is coming online.
All right.
Zach's going to be taken down first. Bradley finds the shutdown. More shutdowns to this mid lane, and that's 2.6 in an individual lead for Bradley. Baron just
I think they
spawned.
push
Do
Baron.
CTG take
I
it?
think they got to push it. At least get Denethor's TP out. I think your map gets a lot easier. I don't know if you stick it, but at
Bradley's
least pull
not
the
here yet.
Yeah, he TP'd kind of the Narnia too. I think that it's pull Denethor TP and walk, but no.
Oh no, they're gonna get caught in the fight. Bradley's coming over. You gotta wait for Bradley. Bradley needs to get in the fight. Wilson's gonna go on a killing spree now. He's gonna get ran down by Bradley though. He will give the gold over, and now Winthrop University a little bit more scared to move forward. Denethor about half on the Narbar. Needs to be a bit careful on his entrance. Does have some damage coming back his way. Baron was delayed and was denied. Those Citadel set up shop in the top lane.
Yeah, they see Azir's turret down. They don't want to fight under that, so Winthrop answers back. But again, Citadel making this game volatile. When you're behind like this and you're splitting even, you're getting shutdowns. And it feels like Bradley has gotten every single one of those shutdowns. If I could circle my screen right now, it'd be the goal difference between our players, because all of the goal difference for Citadel Gaming is in the hands of Bradley's Azir. So he really is the main focus that we have for the rest of the game here, Mazel. As the fights where Bradley has been able to function and be active, it's been those have been the fights that Citadel have won. The fights where Bradley has gotten picked off or gone down early, those are the fights where Citadel cannot compete with what Winthrop has.
I like this from Winthrop, though. They just know that there's no more gas in the tank
Baron
for CTG. They are just going to take the Baron. Easy play, easy does it. Purple buff on all 5. Now they can push down. They already have some permanent damage done in mid and bot. So right now it's trying to recoup for CTG, get as much gold as you can and get ready for the defense. But there is another dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Maybe they'll feel okay at that fight. But I got to say, mobility's on 5 items now with that Bloodthirster completed as well.
I know that hitting tanks and 2 mountain dragons is kind of tough for a Jhin, but there is this Jhin late game fantasy where just given his passive, you do hit so hard as he gets the bonus AD from other resources, given he can't use the attack speed but likes that other ADs do. So extra AD, extra move speed for Jhin, and yeah, those shots, and especially 4th shots, can hit quite hard in the late game. So if he's able to position to get around, could be nice. As we'll say that if I'm in the Citadel camp right now, this is dropped. I want a Ray bot. I want a Ray to try and take as many minions, as many super waves as possible. He has to catch back up to where Mobility's at. I mean, Mobility's gotten a big lead. He's had a really nice game, but my Saber needs 4 or 5 items badly. And I do think that Array needs to be prioritized in that aspect here. So I'd prefer to have Bradley mid Array down here and just try and funnel him some resources.
Looks like a final push potentially coming to. Actually, we're going to TP away from Zach to go up towards top side and make sure they can do their due diligence. As Kim Down going to get grabbed out by the Tempered Fate, it means everybody is away from Winthrop's mid lane. And that just means Kim Down will be sacrificed. Bradley goes on a killing spree. And Wilson will be waiting in the jungle here, waiting for anybody to overextend. Zach is right around the corner too, but Wilson's going to go into a 1v3 here. Curtain Call is going to be unleashed, but Wilson's going to be in some trouble here. Griffin's getting tanky, and Bradley goes on a rampage for himself.
That play wasn't there. We saw it up here, Mazel. Citadel is going to chase as the end is maybe near. Bases have to be hit. We'll see how much Denethor mobility want to pressure this. Bot inhibitor is up soon. But at least by posturing towards the base, they do get Citadel to hit B. And make sure that Zach doesn't get chased down, which would have happened against Bard, Azir, Nasus. Zach would have been going down. So they do save the Orianna with that.
And it is CTG who have to check themselves, make sure they don't lose the game off the back of an errant push from Winthrop University. But man, I mean, this is like the closest 6K plus lead game that I've ever watched. Now it's about 5K in favor of Winthrop University, but we sure are getting our blood running here for game number 1 of the final day of regular season.
I mean, honestly, I expect nothing less, as I know that the recent track record has been Winthrop favored, but this has been a pretty close matchup. Oh, they have ability! He didn't flash!
He's going to be okay for now. It is a really good deflect from Winthrop University to keep him alive. There's going to be a shockwave coming back, and now Griffin's in some trouble. There's that late game Jhin damage. Starting to do some chunks there with the help of Zach as well. 5v5 in the mid lane. It's NARAM time, baby.
Honestly, kind of curious if Winthrop pull the trigger again. Just think it's all about finding Azir. I do think that at this point, ARAM's kind of okay for Citadel if they can be on the back foot and fish with Bard. We've seen a lot of the grouping go the way of Winthrop, but again, a lot of that just on the shoulders of Bradley. If Bradley's able to fight, I think they have a chance. That said, Bradley is full build now. So again, trying to funnel my Sivir as much as possible should be the goal, as Bradley's not going to get more distance out of any gold that he gets from here on out. So,
and I think Mobility's probably looking on finishing a Stormrazor potentially. It could be going for a GA as well. I think GA could be good, but I'm always a big fan of the Jhin Stormrazor. I think at this point, though, he's just trying to survive.
Yeah, hedge your bets.
Able to live through some of these catches that are coming through at least.
Speaking of catches.
Speaking of, oh no, Denethor. He's going to go mini and he will go dead. Bradley goes unstoppable. 12 kills now on this Azir. And Bradley is picking him up by the bootstraps.
From the Winthrop perspective, I think that's why we're seeing a little bit more grouping and, as you said, ARAMing. Just because if the Wither picks in the side lane, if you get withered, you're dead at this point of the game. As, again, the lead for Wukong, I mean, it's still nice, but Nasus is down 2k gold and still even on items, given that some of his items are cheaper. And this guy is going to be hella tanky, too, and just continues to scale as these stacks.
His Siphoning Strike is going to hit like a truck.
Yeah, 725 at this point of the game. I'm not sure what the pacing is for jungle Nasus. I would actually need alternative Griffin, young Griffin. Maybe we might need some of his advice, as I will say he picked those Nasus games in the event that I'm not actively tuning into. So I know that he's been playing this pick and definitely preaching some of the perks that jungle Nasus can bring. Siphoning Strike scaling definitely one of them.
Well, we've talked a little bit about how these teams fight. The sustained fights definitely better for CTG. Big burst, big picks, good for Winthrop University. We're getting closer and closer to potential soul for Winthrop on this Mountain Dragon soul map. We got 30 seconds till that spawns, and until then, we are stationed in mid lane.
Would be another big pickup for both teams. Obviously, soul from Winthrop, but I think stacking these dragons against Jhin always good, even with the item break point that he's in. Wilson
goes for the big wombo combo with the Megadar on top, but the Tempered Fate denies them in their track, but it doesn't matter. The gold lead might just be big enough. We got to see this setup, though. Bradley is gone. Array is the only firing target. He gets flat foot shotted. That's going to be Mobility making the difference here on his Jhin. He might be taken down to the dirt, but he's going to get himself a triple kill there on the Stray. CTG, Keel, and Griffin are gone, and that should be either Dragon or the game end for Winthrop University.
They were going towards... I saw Baron clicks, and then I see a base from Zach. I think they're going to try and end this one, as they've got 4 up. Death timers are long, and this execute into Azir has been far too good. As Wilson burns the flash, uses the first Cyclone to get on top of Azir, and the second one to get Azir outside the Seekers where he can't play. That's going to be
big
game.
Shockwave. Griffin is slowly but surely going to go down to Mobility, getting another kill. Mobility's Jin strikes again, and Winthrop University strike first in this best of 3.
Good play coming in. Again, I thought the execute on the Bradley's Azir, that really was the focal point of the game, Mazel, as it was about, is Azir surviving these fights? Bradley was huge. He had the highest kill participation, the most kills in the game on his team. That's one where if you can take him out first, it's big. And Wukong, Nautilus, Orianna, that's a pretty solid combo to make sure that you're taking out that priority target first. So I think between getting Bradley out first, Array was behind, Array was chased down later on in the fights, but those fights were really centered around Bradley. And I think a few of the picks might have been a little bit too far up. I would point towards the last fight as one where he's a little bit too far up in the late game. Some others, though, he really turned some of those fights around and made that game closer than what it should have been, given that we're ending the game talking about mid lane, whereas the start of this game was all about jungle.
Yeah, it truly was. It was for a majority of the time, especially with the way that he kind of approached the jungle matchup, the early invade as well. But in the end, Winthrop got there nonetheless. 1-0 to start this series. We'll see what happens in game number 2 after a short little break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, where we had a wild game number 1 of the most important series of the day, CTG versus Winthrop University. And Winthrop do come out the better of it. They do come out 1-0, but CTG made them work for it at least. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and man, what an opening.
Yeah, it got bloody towards the back half. I think that Citadel found some nice plays and angles to try and get back into that game. But I also think there were a couple plays or angles they found where they might have been overreaching too early. Because we did see, as that game went on, obviously it was Bradley that had the massive lead. But you could see the scaling kind of kicking in the back half. Like, Nasus looked big after one of the more disastrous starts I've seen for a jungle game, probably all split, as Wilson had his way with pretty much 3 quadranting off the first clear and then dominating the bot side jungle for the rest of it. This was a pretty big lead early on for Winthrop, but credit to Citadel. I think they found some nice angles to fight back. Bradley got a lot of shutdowns, and this game kind of, despite the Winthrop lead for the entire game, Bradley was the focal point of this game just because he had that big lead and was the only member on Citadel that did have the lead individually. And the fights where he was able to play out were pretty good for Citadel, whereas the fights where he wasn't, very, very much Winthrop-sided. So we'll see if things
you can see
change.
the waves in the graph. You know, it's just up and down, up and down.
See if things
change. Yeah,
change.
we'll see what changes. Game number 2, important enough. I do wonder what things start getting let through in some of the bans that we were seeing. We saw a lot of bot lane bans by Winthrop University last game as well. The Ezreal still comes to mind. Is that going to be let through? Is it going to be banned again? It is Fearless, so obviously none of the first picks will be coming through again. But still some big power picks on the table here as we get into it. CTG will be on that blue side again. We'll be banning away the Nocturne, the Lucian.
So,
do get the Seraphine, Ezreal, Caitlyn.
Okay, looks like draft drop. Hopefully we're getting back in ASAP.
Maybe.
Mazel, I've got a great fun fact. You helped me point this out before we started the broadcast. If Winthrop wins this game, they make playoffs, yeah? I would love for you to take this stat and just send it back in a time capsule throughout the years for League of Legends. And just, like, if I said this in 2018, I think everyone's minds would just blow up. If Winthrop wins this game, they would make playoffs without having won a single blue side game for the entirety of the split.
I knew you were gonna bring it up. It's crazy to me. Like,
it is crazy.
It's such a it's like it should happen every series, but it doesn't. They find a way. And 0-3 on the blue side, but that would be crazy.
They've really prioritized red side, right? They've only played 3 blue side games all split, which it tells me that they prioritize red. I feel like red has advantage. The stats say so as well, as you have better dragon access, and a lot of these games still come down to dragon. So I think that Winthrop is on something. Definitely a team that likes to play early game, which helps when you're red side with that dragon access. So it's been kind of a fun trend. But yeah, if you send that one back in time, that would be crazy. And yes, I know you want to get in the draft. Let's get into the draft. Get Jarvan into Smolder Pantheon.
But this is the nerf, Smolder. It's still really good, though.
We are on point 10.
The Pantheon, though, paired up alongside it gives you that early game avenue as well as the fight access avenue for Citadel. Love that change up in the jungle so far for Griffin. See what Winthrop want to get on their side. They're going to go for more engage from Kim Down, and a pick that he has really liked so far. This split his most played. It will end up being the Nico.
Yeah, Smolder got tuned down a lot on this patch, and frankly, that really needed to happen, as this was a problem champion.
Hey.
It was a problem champion, Mazel. It was doing a bajillion damage from everywhere. As Mobility looking for his pick into the Smolder. I think MF a little bit more early game. Definitely something that Winthrop with Mobility going to have the pass on. But Kaisa This was the solution into Smolder when it first started getting big, when it pretty much on release in the LPL, especially Mazel, which when everyone was banning Smolder, refusing to let it through because it was OP, LPL was like, no, it's fine, you can have it. I'm just going to play Kai'Sa, we'll dive into the backline, and we're going to kill this thing, first thing. So that's going to be the tech. Jarvan, Nico, Kai'Sa, a lot of backline access for the Smolder. And Citadel may be looking for some creative solutions to make sure the Smolder stays safe, as Karma going to help with the laning phase, as Smolder, Karma into Nico, Kai'Sa will make for a very difficult lane for Winthrop. Should be a lot of pressure for Citadel early.
That's going to feel really good for Array on the Smolder as well. Should be able to be stacking pretty easily with the push that they will end up having. But going into the second phase, we got to see where those priorities do lie. Still some solo lanes to be decided for Winthrop University and for CTG, so I expect that's where the bans will be going. We see the first one is going to be Citadel banning that Jace.
Putting a lot of respect on the Denethor's Jace. Citadel is. Again, think Serpent's Fang access and ability to poke. Valid ban for this game, even if I think picking Jace in Pantheon games should be very scary, as attacking Jace on the side lane is the way to go. So if I also would like to see a Rumble ban here with that same idea. I know that Rumble on top of Jarvan, Nico, honestly, like, might be able to justify a ban just because that team fight's so good, but again, your ability to attack Rumble in sides, I still think is very real when you have the Pantheon and potential counter picks. So I think Citadel has a real choice in deciding what they want to do about that power pick, one that was banned in the last game as well.
I do like some of these mid lane bans already, though. Cassiopeia going to be banned away towards Bradley. Ari going to be banned away towards Zach. We'll see what the final ban is going to be for Winthrop, though. See if it is going to be that Rumble. No, it's going to be the Renekton.
Interesting. I mean, I guess two of the better Renekton answers are already out of the pool in Narc Asante, so that might be the idea behind it. As Aurora comes in, technically flexible towards the top side if we do see that Rumble for Denethor. And definitely a little bit slippery, which is going to be necessary against Jarvan, Nico, Kai'Sa. As Ambessa receives some more changes on this patch. I gotta scroll. I forget what these were exactly. A little bit more damage on the Q early on, and a little bit more healing on the R later on. As the ult nerfs were pretty impactful. But yeah, this champion, if she gets in the fight, is still a problem. As Ryze picked up into Aurora. Ryze a lot weaker on this patch without... or these patches without phase rush, but still a strong champ, and Stray's throwing down.
He is. Gauntlet is thrown, and what is potentially the final game of CTG's spring split.
I see one form of hard CC in Pantheon's W. Vayne's Condemn is conditional, but it would also be hard CC. Karma's W would also be conditional. It would also be hard CC. That's it for Citadel. This is a game where if you want to go like Vayne, Smolder, just pick Galio or like pick something that I feel like has a little bit more frontline. Karma can really help make you fast and try and dodge stuff, but I mean, it's going to be Jarvan pressing R, Ambessa pressing R, Ryze and Powered Rune Prisons, and the amount of hard CC to try and answer that or play around that, it's only Pantheon. And I think that is a pretty difficult spot to be in as Citadel. Even if the scaling of Smolder Vayne is stupid. Yeah, I mean, we can go really late game, and we'll see if that's the approach for Citadel, but kind of surprised to see them go for 2 drafts that I feel like are very late game focused. But again, when Citadel, for me, has been at their best so far this split, it's been when Griffin's making 3 camp ganks and making things happen earlier in the game than what other teams expect. So, interesting to see them go really late and really lacking in the hard CC in this draft, which concerns me.
It does. And I think that's a tough place to be because in the end of things, right, like it's all about how you take these engages, how this earlier part of the game goes, because we saw CTG putting up some fights in the later part of the game last game. And I think it shows that some of their team fighting is efficient, but you got to get to that point. I feel like you're giving the bar of execution pretty high here for CTG, but if Griffin has himself a turnaround game, that can make the biggest difference here on the Pantheon to kind of be that bridge for the late game scaling. But the engage is going to also be centered around him. Really appreciate Winthrop's draft though here. Just a lot of scaling options. Like if we do go late, they will have some options for themselves as well to kind of counteract that double marksman comp.
Yeah, I think that, again, mobility between Zach and Wilson, and do want to give Zach a shout out on the rise, because for me, yeah, we were talking in the break. We are going to be giving out some awards as a broadcast, and I'm not exactly sure if we have a most improved award, and usually that's between what we saw last split and then what we saw this split, which might be kind of hard to do with the big break between summer and spring now with the schedule. But if there was a most improved player for the duration of this split, I would give it to Zach. I really feel like where Zach was at day one to now in the last day of the regular season, he's not one of the strongest mids in the league, but this is someone that really stepped into the team late. He's graduating this year, or might have already graduated. I know Winthrop walked recently, so congrats to him if that was the case. But I feel like he's really needed to step up because he was a weak point. And has now become an asset towards his team. And Rise was the first champion where even when his games weren't good, it's like, okay, Zach can play Rise. Like, don't give him Rise, at least get him off that champion and then see what happens. I do like the fact that I know Rise is weaker. I think Rise is a lot weaker without Phase Rush, personally, and think he's being overvalued. But this is a game where I really like Rise. You have the ability to create angles on that squishy backline. And Empowered Rune Prison, if you find anyone, which I think you got 4 good targets for Empowered Rune Prison this game, you're pretty happy camper.
I do get word we're having some technical difficulties. We'll see exactly what goes on and how quickly we can get into the game. But yeah, an important one. I mean, if Winthrop wins here 2-0, any win will be in playoffs. A big boon for them. More games, best of 5s on the horizon as well, and a continuation of a streak for Winthrop University, who have made those playoffs, who had those crazy upsets just last summer, and are looking to continue some of that story.
Yeah, I know for Winthrop, it was really split 1 of last year that they made that splash. And I think that, you know, with this team being in school, competing for Seedlaw, it makes sense to me that they're going to peak a little bit more so in spring. But they beat Near Airport, then lost Near Airport in a best of 3 into a best of 5, which was pretty exciting.
That was a banger series of events.
It was. And then in terms of the summer split, they had a bad draw going up against Luminosity Gaming and Dark Zero. I will say a little tough, as Dark Zero, they got upset by Blue Water in that bracket, and Blue Water almost made a crazy run, as that was a pretty surprising result for Dark Zero. But yeah, it's I know that Winthrop, for me, seeing them kind of sustain this success and really improve from where they were at day one as a team. I know I was just giving Zach a lot of kudos, but this is a team where everyone has really stepped up. And if they are able to win this series, this is a team going into playoffs with 5 series wins, who in their last 5 series have won 4 out of the last 5 if they end up completing this victory over Citadel. So kind of a hot hand going into playoffs. You look at that, a team that's in winners finals or in grand finals, sorry, for Seedlaw. So definitely feel like Winthrop is maybe a dark horse, as they would sneak in with a potential 6 seed here. Or I guess it kind of gets weird, because if they win, they would be hold on, I gotta go back to my tabs. I got lost in my own tabs here, Mizell. If they win, they would actually have the tiebreaker over Conviction. So if CCG wins, then that would put Winthrop at the 5 seed, which would be a pretty nice playoff showing for them in the regular season.
Yeah, and a little bit of change in the standings at the very last moment. It's an interesting point to be in as well, because, you know, we were talking a little bit before about the elephant in the room, if you will, of CLOL and the way that the record between these two schools has gone there as well, and seeing if that's going to transition over to NACL. So far it has, for sure, but I'm wanting to see what a fresh-faced CTG can do here in Game 2, because I don't feel like they ever got off the ground on the right foot in Game number 1. So I'm very excited to see what they can do. I know we were talking about the comps a little bit in terms of the detriment of not having as much CC, but Griffin not getting 3 quadranted this time, I think will help them with at least stabilizing that early game. Unless it happens again, which it could.
I mean, I do think that with this draft for Citadel, it's kind of weird saying that, okay, it's Vayne Smolder, you got to take off early. I think this comp has to win early, just because I think the way that they play together later on, in my head, it looks so much easier for Winthrop to play out these fights than it does for Citadel, with the lack of crowd control that exists on Citadel. So having a big Aurora that enters with those ultimates could be really good. Having an accelerated Smolder could be necessary for some of these later fights. And I mean, this is a team that, while I'm talking about the hard CC they have and how some of that is lacking going into the fights, they should be able to win some lanes. I mean, Smolder Karma going into Kai'Sa Nico. I'm going to favor the Smolder in the lane. It's Vayne versus Zambessa. If left in a silo in the top lane, I'm going to favor Vayne in that lane. I expect Wilson and Zach and maybe even Kim down to go help out top. But if Citadel is able to use some of these picks they have to get ahead in lane and enter these fights with a gold lead, hey, maybe the hard CC doesn't matter, and we're just blowing people up with Aurora, Vayne, and Smolder damage. I think that's kind of the thought that Citadel is working with. That said, if that's not the case, I think it's just so much easier for Winthrop to play things out.
I do hear that we are having some issues here, so we are going to take a short little break while we get ready for that second game. We'll see you on the other side for Game 2 of CTG versus Winthrop.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, at NACL. We're getting through those technical difficulties and getting into this game number 2, resetting the stakes. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and for Winthrop University, a win here books them into playoffs and a further look at the best of 5s on the horizon.
Yeah, for folks at home, you know, we had the classic, I don't know if I want to call it the rune bug or the impact bug. Still trying to choose, but
good choices.
I that's the scenario we're going through behind the scenes, being told that we're almost done with draft as there was a remake and getting into the next lobby. So personally, I like to think that, you know, we all start the game with the runes we won. I'm of the mindset that if the client, like maybe for the future client, something that I'd like to have is that you can change your runes in game, because so far League doesn't show who you're landing against, and that would impact rune choice sometimes. So I would prefer they show who you're landing against, but be nice if you could, like, change runes in game before you interact with the map.
And that's why you're not on the development team. That's we get into game number 2. Citadel versus Winthrop University. And again, a lot on the line for Winthrop here if this win goes through. But I really want to see what Citadel can give us with a fresh set of legs in game 2.
Well, fortunately, I have a fresh set of legs because I had some extra squatting time before we got into game 2 as well. So, ready to go for this one, Mazel. We'll say for Zach, it is the Storm Razors approach. Or Storm Raiders Surge, right? No? One of the
Storm
two.
Raiders, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I said the item on accident. You put it in my head in the last game.
I did.
I'll use that as my excuse.
I wasn't going to take blame, but, you know, I will now.
That is my excuse. But this item, or this keystone, I should say, very different on Rise, just because Phase Rush, it procced when you hit 3 abilities in back-to-back fashion, right? Within that window, you got the move speed boost, and you got the slow resist. This version of the rune, you need to do chunk damage in order for that to connect, and that's a lot harder for Rise to do. It means you can't really soft trade, and like with an auto EQ, or just, you know, hit the wave and then get Phase Rush. It's a lot harder to proc, and Rise really needs move speed. I think this champion scales off move speed in the way that a lot of people at home just don't recognize. Because your ability to try and find empowered rune prisons on the right target is what can really make and break some of your late game scenarios, as well as some of your lanes. So I don't think this is one where the move speed is really necessary for lane, but it's also a lane that Rise doesn't really win. So I feel like Zach's going for a little bit more of a utility choice later on, and see if that pays off for him.
Yeah, see, if he can use that ghost proactively, I always really like that in some of the first moves from the Rises in mid lane. Bradley going to trade heavily here. Zach's going to need a little bit of a speed up with his ghost, as I was just talking about. He's going to miss a couple abilities, and that does make the difference here. Unfortunately, Zach, no health, no mana. Will probably have to back. Does not have TP, so we'll have to walk his way back. And we see right now some decent pushing going on the side of Winthrop's bot lane as well. Jungler is going to be pathing opposite sides. We're going to see the early back here from Wilson. But how quickly do the emergency bells start ringing in the top side? Because so far, Stray is keeping Denethor down. And we see the redeploy from Wilson. Maybe those alarm bells already ringing.
Yeah, he's skipping over the bot crab, I think, to go contest what could be a dive on the top side. So I think looking top. Yeah, expecting some action as Griffin's here.
Griffin comes around, but Wilson perfectly timed comes over, and now Griffin's in trouble. Not like this, not the early advantage gone. As Wilson looking for the flash play on Griffin. Griffin going to slow him down. The exhaust comes through from Stray. Stray's looking for kills to pick it up. If he can get some back, it's huge. Flash. He's going to go back for 1. It's going to be a 1-for-1 early in the top side. Stray's going to try to kite away from Wilson. Wilson trying to get him down. It's ADC versus Jungle. It's Stray versus Wilson. Stray dodging away, but the skies heavens descend with the pillar, and that's going to be the sword to the gut for Stray. And it's 2 for 1. Winthrop University early.
Wilson almost got punished really hard going for the fadeaway Q. I want to give kudos to Stray because that ward in the brush was smart on his way back, as we are going to get a replay. I thought early on, really well played here. Stray wasn't able to find the condemn into Wilson's EQ. That's because Wilson's EQ was not burned on Stray. It was burned on Griffin. So again, I think the fadeaway here, if Wilson just kept on walking forward, there wasn't a Q. This was really close, actually. As just a sliver of HP. Almost a 1-for-1 there that Stray played his way out of relatively nicely. So Boots 2 already for Stray. This is a very difficult part of the matchup for Denethor, who doesn't have access to any mobility. So he's going to be really in danger.
Mobility's in bot lane, that's why.
Oh, okay. That's low-hanging fruit. Well played. Well played.
It's still got to be picked, Cubby. Even if it is low-hanging fruit. Still got to be picked, or then it rots. Anyways, back on track. Yeah, it's a little bit of setup. There's not as much pushing prio from Citadel's bot lane as maybe I was expecting.
Yeah, same. I really thought that Karma might have some push here, but I guess Kaisa Q doing a little bit more of a number on the wave than the Smolder early on. So I'm kind of with you, though. That said, ramifications from the last play. I think Wilson, I mean, this is another giant start for Wilson. He's going to get both crabs, by the way, as he cleaned up that top river crab, which I don't think that spotted Griffin, who's making his way up here to dive, and Denethor
on
is
vision
no
now,
flash,
though.
no 6, giant wave.
Griffin does get shown out. Oh, big wave is there. Denethor's going to try to outplay this one, but really well dodged through, and that'll be a nice dash from Stray to get away.
Okay.
And another kill going through the top side. Dragon is started by Wilson on the bot lane as a trade.
Yeah, this is a really big trade on the map between what was a loss for Denethor and then what Wilson's gained overall. I prefer the Citadel side of this trade. I think taking Denethor out of the game and getting your Vayne set up for success like this, I would take. As that was a massive wave lost by Denethor and a good setup by Griffin on the rinse and repeat gank. So he was able to go make sure that Denethor got punished. So again, Vayne's going to need a lead in this lane because I fully expect Ryze and Jarvan to make their way up top and really try to punish Stray. And he's not going to be able to play his way out of that one unless he's playing with a lead.
A lot of weight on the shoulders of Stray in the top side. But, you know, I appreciate it. After watching him play a lot of facilitators. I know he's gotten a couple Aurora games in up there as well, but
yeah,
still appreciate the Vayne unleashed for Stray in the top side. I want to see how much they can push that lead as we're seeing a redeploy now. That is, I promise, Kim down moving top side as he's going to be looking for a lane play. He's a minion now.
See if they know the tab trick, as there are 3 up there.
He got caught. That's the Tangle Barb. And that is killed. Getting dunked on by Denethor. Gets killed back. Ooh. Denethor not going to go down. That is unfortunate rebuttal there in the top side. It does mean the lead that Stray had developed is a little bit worse for wear now. Not gone, but definitely not in the place they want to be. 30 seconds until the grubs spawn, and Winthrop University have full topside control.
Yeah, you can see kind of the arms race top when you have this ranged top laner. As both supports made their way up there. Not a rotation we're used to seeing, but one that sometimes is required when Vayne's in your game. Zach does proc the Storm Raiders.
He's in trouble. Between worlds, one auto, one hit. Bradley doesn't get into range, and Zach is calm, cool, collected as he exits mid lane.
With just a sliver, as that was dangerously close. Wilson will pick up what he can from the wave as Zach doesn't have the TP to opt for the Ghost. And priority on this top side, Keel's sticking around. He does have 6, which Kim Down is trying to find for himself. As both teams kind of looking at grubs, but I will say Stray, chance for the Grand Starfall to go support top side. Stray was up. If Kindown and Wilson went through that path, they would have been top first. Might have found an angle. That said, they're kind of stuck now behind the Grubs wall.
They're on vision here, so Winthrop University just kind of playing with it. I think they'll realize now. They will start backing there. I do wonder if Winthrop want to set up a play. It looks like Griffin going to go right back to it. Keel's going to actually stop his back in the end. It looks like they want to start up the grubs now.
For me, it kind of makes sense because they can find a fight where Vayne gets space. Vayne's really big. I don't know if it's big enough, though, to make a difference. It's kind of a weird posture. Again, I think that the attraction to the top side, if Keel's on this side of the map, it's a lot harder for Zach and Wilson to get involved top. And again, I think that when you have a Vayne top, Rise, Jarvan, the ability to go reach that champion and try and set up behind with the Sambessa, it's pretty easy. So, I'm not sure if that was as much Grub's posturing from Citadel as much as it was we need to continue to try and protect Stray at all costs.
I did like, we saw actually Griffin lean and throw a couple pings. Ooh, Mobility's in some trouble here. Mom gets called. Everybody's coming to the bot lane party now as he doesn't get the last auto. That's the second time we've seen somebody get out with like sub 50 health there. But what I was going to say is I want to see Griffin try to use this Grand Starfall to get some side lane picks or at least a little bit of pressure here. And I love that he was leaning that way towards topside, but nothing developed there. We're going to see the Grand Starfall used in mid. We missed the kill. I just called about it. And it is going to be Zach going down to Griffin. And that is a big one. At least the kill goes over to Bradley, too.
Exhaust pop. Denethor is going to try and probably sneak out of here
Wanted
after
the
the trade.
all-in.
As
It is midnight, however. Stray will be okay.
It's all right. I think that's a good take. As Griffin, it wasn't a side lane, Mazel, but it was the mid lane, which he was able to get ahead on. Very nice. But that is a big tool down, and one where, with Zach now getting back on the map, Stray's got a reset now. And, yeah, I mean, nothing much cooking with this one. Zach was down flash, and that was a well-placed Grand Starfall. It was double reset for Citadel solo lane, so kind of curious if there was going to be a Grubs look here as Kim Down making his way up and Zach getting mid-prio.
Bradley going to go for the play, but didn't realize Wilson was right behind him. Keel's coming over to try to stop this play. Bradley will be a slippery son of a gun. Kim Down in some trouble. He's going to try to get the Pop Blossom. Does connect on a 2. Keel's going to go down to Zach first. Bradley goes on the other side with the Between Worlds, but then goes down. Griffin is the only one between 3, and now he's just going to go down point blank. Realm Warp. Zach trying to get the kill to Griffin, but it's going to be 2 unanswered kills to Winthrop University.
The start of that I thought was a little sloppy because they missed Aurora on the EQ and it's fired off blind, but the Cataclysm from Wilson set up for the Pop Blossom from Kim Down, and Zach's damage on top of the people stuck in the circle enough to make sure that play goes Winthrop's way. So find some kills mid, second Dragon going over to Winthrop, and Citadel Gaming, this is where the comp concerns me, because the only easy direction you have to play this game off of, it really is the Pantheon. I think everyone else, it's kind of hard to play as a team and in tandem because you don't have the crowd control to set up these plays.
And yeah, I mean, you can already see some of the troubles bubbling up there, and especially some of the CC priority needing to be capitalized on. As we do get back onto the map, though, still about 1,000 gold lead developed by Winthrop University, as we're going to be having quests coming up as well. And we will have some more renewed topside focus as Grubs were still left on the plate. And right now, it looks like Winthrop are going to be the ones that go ahead and dig in first. Nope. Okay, bye, Grubs.
It's top lane arms race.
Stray in some trouble here, though. He's going to need some backup as he tries to go for the 1v1 play. It goes with the Condemn. Really nicely done on Wilson, but Denethor still finds him. That's not the way the matchup's supposed to be going there, Cubby.
No, that's a great find by Denethor. I mean, he got the exhaust out earlier on, and now the only reason Wilson got an assist, by the way, is the Eora. That was a solo kill from Denethor. Really well played. I guess Wilson did force the Condemn out too, so drew some aggro, but that's a ginormous win for Winthrop. They take the Grubs away from Citadel, who look for a play in bot lane and cannot convert while all this is going on. So Winthrop winning heavily on the map. And again, their comp is just much more easy and straightforward to execute, and one that I've seen Winthrop do this. Like the Nico Rise was what really started off the hot streak against Conviction. As that was the combo that got him the game 1 win. Then it was Denethor, Jace in game 2. We know Winthrop can play this out and play this out well.
Stray has completed his hex plate. See what exactly it does for him there, but the CS differential has definitely been collapsed. We are on first items for majority members now as well, so maybe changing up that fight tempo a little bit more. We do have finally those grubs had gotten taken, but now the Rift Herald in about a minute's time, and Wilson just does not stop focusing on this top side, knowing that it's a now weak point for CTG that they need to try to get ahead.
And again, this is kind of the issue with the CTG comp. It's like, where do you go to get ahead? We don't have the crowd control tools to set stuff up, right? You're behind in gold, you're behind in damage, and if you don't have the tools to set up or make these plays, it kind of relying on mistakes from the opponent. This again is a game where if you want to play the Vayne top, I mean, I think Galio would have been such a solid blind here. Jarvan can make your life a little bit difficult, but this is one where just having a Galio in the game, and again against Kai'Sa Nico, like, there is some value. It can make, like, that's the kind of pick that, like, everyone jokes like, oh, it's a dog pick, but hey, those are the picks that really bring stuff together. Like, this is where Scions can be important, or where Nautilus always has value, just making the game easier for your teammates to play. I mean, I hate Vi as an early pick, but how often do we see Vi be early pick just because cease and assist is so important on top of the mobility that she has from a Q, right?
Not everybody can be a carry, is what we like to say. Keel in some trouble, and he will not be carrying anything except maybe his gravestone, as that will be a big kill. Big pick by Winthrop, straight into the Rift Herald in the top side of the map.
Not everyone can be a carry, and especially in fives games. And I mean, this is one where I really feel like we drafted a lot of lanes without, like, the idea of cohesion together. And I understand the lane matchups. You know, like, we were talking, hey, Smolder Karma we thought would have push. Vayne and the Ambessa, like, in a box, it's okay. But Jarvan Rise, it's a combo that can really move on you if you're not careful. And we've seen Zach pressure, but we've seen Wilson, I think, have the best series I've seen Wilson have so far this year going to the playoffs.
See Stray try to get something back. TP got used by Bradley. Stray's going to try to chase him down. Does have that final hour popped, but the turret will fall anyways. The Rift Herald play had gotten unleashed by Wilson. And yeah, give some props to the man. He's been kind of controlling the jungle against, what is a veteran face in the scene as well. In terms of what they've been able to bring to the table, it's been Wilson all game long and all series long, especially in that first one with the crazy invade pathing he was able to pull off. He truly has had control of the jungle.
It's just been full control for Winthrop in this one. I mean, Vayne lost turret in 16
Denethor
minutes.
has a lead.
he's got the turret down. Yeah, and again, this is where it really is just keep your eyes on Griffin. Any plays that are going to be made are going to be made off this Grand Starfall. But what's happened in the stead of this is Winthrop is owning the map, and the winning lanes that Citadel was hoping to have with this draft just didn't connect.
Now we're looking at Wilson resuming his game one escapades and taking away the red side of Griffin. This time on the Jarvan. They're going to TP down, try to surround Bradley here. Wilson going to get pounced on. Here comes everything from Winthrop University using the public execution. Wilson gets the rampage there. Zach shows up with the Realm Orb. The whole team seemingly showing up on bot side, as we will have mobility solo taking a mid lane turret as well. To add insult to injury, it is Winthrop University, 4,000 gold up, 3 dragons, 3 grubs, having used the Rift Herald, full neutral objective control, and full map dominance as they look to book their ticket into the playoffs.
There really isn't such a thing as a perfect game these days in modern day League of Legends. I think Winthrop's playing out a damn clean one. It's not perfect, but this is exactly the ride that you want, as of course, as you highlighted, Mazel, both teams competing for a spot in the playoffs here. As I think that's for me, a bit of a surprise for Citadel, a team that I did mark as wouldn't be as surprised as others if they were relegated at the start of this year. And I think thanks to the upset win over NRG, Citadel took themselves out of that conversation in the playoff conversation. But Winthrop, also a team I kind of had on the bubble. I don't think I had Winthrop in my playoff scenario, actually. And this team remains ever feisty. And a 5 seed would be the highest seed they've had in the playoffs in their NACL history. They win this.
I like this play. CTG trying to pop the final hour and get something off of it here. They don't find what they were looking for, and Winthrop University realized they just needed to back off as soon as Stray was looking to go mode. And that is perfectly fine and dandy because Denethor has been in the side lane now, trying to recoup some of the lost gold, and now Array is pounced on in mid lane. He's going to get ran down by Mobility. He just goes with the flashy play with the killer instinct on the other side of the wall. And they are just playing with their food at this point.
It was after they got the flash out of the smolder too, so it's quite expensive. Meanwhile, top.
There's the Grand Starfall play. Zach going to use his realm of they know they don't have any more CC. And again, that goes back to the initial problem you stated. No CC makes CTG a sad, sad Citadel. As Keel tries to find a lockdown back on the other end of the play. Another turret gets destroyed there. And that's mid lane busted open by Winthrop University.
There's really, there's not a way for the Citadel players to really play out this draft with the fact that this early game didn't go out their way. And we're seeing that. And Winthrop is a good early game team. Okay. Gonna have an attempt.
Okay. No mana on Kim Down. Keel coming around. Stray pops the final hour. He's gonna look for Kim Down. They got a kill back. Let's go. He goes over to Stray, gets some gold back. It's a shutdown. 440 smackaroos.
Kim Down shouting out his namesake, KD, with the first round sacrifice. You know? So I just had to find a way to tie that in there. Again, I don't know how Citadel plays this game out outside of Grand Starfalls. This is a comp where I really feel like at this point of the game, they needed to be ahead in gold by a lot. They are instead down a lot. And we're in a world, Mazel, where we have 90 seconds away from fourth dragon of the game spawning, a potential soul on the table for Winthrop. And I don't know where Citadel builds their strength off of for this setup. They really needed Karma Smolder to be ahead to poke, and they are not ahead to get
mobility is 3 items, bro. Like, he's about to have his 3rd item is crazy. This guy's been farming up turret plates like nobody's business here. And it's going to be a really big power point for them in this fight, which he hasn't been necessarily involved very much. I mean, we saw the flashy play, obviously, mid lane, but he is going to bring the hammer down once he's in these 5-on-5s.
There's not a chase in the game. It was banned twice, Mazel.
There you go. Low hanging
you hit me with the bad one earlier.
Hey, I'm here for it. Bring them all out.
I don't know if people at home.
It's the last day of the regular season. We got to get our dad jokes out now.
I don't know if people at home are here for it, but you know, we're trying to have fun up here. It's been a fun regular season and could be a fun postseason potentially for Winthrop if they pick up this dragon and therefore this game.
Ooh, Grand Starfall. Stray's getting low here, though. They're going to go for the play on the Zach. Zach's in some trouble. Does get the final shot in. Another shutdown goes to Stray. Public Execution goes wide with that new change. Doesn't get the timing off, but he still gets the kill. Denethor. Beautifully dodged, beautifully weaved, and beautifully flashed. Now he's going to try to fight this one out. It is now going to turn into a 3v3, and Mobility has arrived. Mobility gets CC, but that's the only CC that CTG have, and Mobility takes down Griffin. It's going to be kills going raining for Winthrop University as they fly high into the sky and look to fly straight into playoffs. It's Bradley down, and that might just be a sign of the times.
Infernal Drake secured off screen as Soul gets secured for Winthrop. And the little fiesta we had on the top side goes the way of Winthrop. And again, for Citadel, they needed to get ahead early in this draft. I know that sounds weird with the Vayne Smolder showing, but it's kind of why we thought this draft was weird in the first place. And it's just Pantheon not enough to keep together. I think that I like some of the lane matchups they took in terms of cohesiveness together. We called it out early. We didn't like them, Mazel, and we are not seeing the right stuff from Citadel we needed to see from them in order to find this win. As Winthrop looking to push their recent record against this squad to 8-0 in some of the most important matches we've had so far this year.
That's the craziest part, is the domination this Winthrop University team has had specifically over this team for CTG/Ole Miss. Big thing here as well is I'm just proud for Winthrop University. Just looking at the benefits here, like, it was a pretty dominant game number 1, and that was off of a cool jungle pathing style that Wilson brought out in terms of getting 3 quadrants and kind of keeping pressure up on Griffin. This one has been clean across the board. Like, we had some wildness in game number 1. This one is complete and utter domination. The only thing CTG have gotten this game is kills, and that might end up being the only thing they walk away with.
Well, oh, okay. That was optimistic from Kimmy. He might go down. They've already
got the smolder stacks here as well. Mom doesn't hit the damage, though, as Kim Down had gone golden. I'll be fine for now as well. Bradley in some trouble, and he's just going to get dropped down by Wilson. Zach goes for more as well with the Realm Warp. Wilson trying to get the kill to Keel. It doesn't get it. Array will end up falling to Zach. The turret will go down as well. Winthrop University propel their gold lead to over 11,000, and they make at least good on this Baron buff they still have for another minute and 10 seconds.
And this is a death march if I've ever seen one, Mazel. We're going to have to figure out a way to get the energy up in the second series. As, of course, CCG is still playing for some seeding. Winthrop with a win, likely to lock in the 5 seed, but we have to say, if CCG loses to Dorado in the second series, it comes down to tiebreakers. It goes head-to-head first, in which there would be a 3-way tie. Head-to-head game score second, in which there would also be a 3-way tie. And that means it goes into strength of victory, in which case the strength of wins from these teams will matter. And I'll be kind of curious to see how that shakes out, because I've stared at the Wikipedia page and I can't math it out so far for the life of me. I'm kind of waiting for the results. As again,
keep you posted. Our people will get with your people, you know?
Yeah, I had Winthrop and CCG winning today. I thought that would probably be the likely scenario, and that again, the first series seems to have gone that way. We'll see what Dorado has in store though for the second. As I know, Dorado were, I think, pretty proudly tweeting, and I'll say rightfully so, that they are not playing in promotion relegation. They aren't in playoffs. Yeah. That's a bummer. But
down to Zach. Nobody can really join. Griffin's really by himself, and a TP's coming in, and that is the Ambessa. There's a nice little double pop blossom from Kim Down, and unfortunately Griffin has already bit the dust. That's going to be Realm Warp coming in as well, just to move Kim down a little bit. A double kill comes through for mobility, and that should be the signaling of the game. This should be the final push, and Winthrop's pushes in this season have been enough. This team has fought through CLOL, has fought through NACL, and they'll find themselves in that playoff scenario here as they do so once again. The draws may be not against them this time, as a beautiful moment for a beautiful team, Winthrop University to playoffs.
You can tell they're thrilled with player cams, but they'll probably have some stuff to review. Good job, boys. They made playoffs there for Winthrop University. Again, currently sitting at the 5 seed, as they do own the tiebreaker over Conviction. As that really started off on what is a heater of a finish now for Winthrop. Again, this is a team moving into playoffs at 5-4 in terms of series score, but their last 5 series, they're 4-1 overall. And I really feel like this tear they've been on throughout collegiate and throughout NACL, it's going to be one where I'm excited for them to challenge Maryville in that grand final, and one where I'm excited to see this team make playoffs, because they really deserved it throughout the split. I feel like they went from being a team that was playing decent early games, but we kind of expected to throw in the mid game at the start of the split. That's not the case in the back half of the split. This is a team that I feel like is playing as a cohesive unit really from start to finish, and they're a team that I feel like is... They've improved a lot. I don't know if they're still improving, but I think ever since Kim Down really went over to engage, or more of an engaged duty with this team, we've seen it have a really big impact on how all 5 players are playing. It's been a really good look for Winthrop.
Yeah, it truly has. I think it's been really impressive to watch how the team has kind of come together. A lot of different facets already. And you were talking, I know, a little bit of side point to Zach in the mid lane with some of the improvement that he's been able to have individually. But it's been the team that like finds a way to put these comps together, gives themselves some ease of execution, which I think is so important in this day and age, and especially in this meta, but especially at tier 2. And we're seeing the payoff for that. And we're seeing a team that is locked the hell in going into playoffs.
Hey, I'd like to say, in terms of NACL history, I've beat this drum a little bit. 7 out of the 8 teams that have made our finals have competed in person at some point during the split or the duration of it. The only exception was Conviction. The only 2 teams that are competing in person in playoffs are Maryville and Winthrop. Without any ideas of what teams might be doing to boot camp, which I know has happened before. That's how Fear X. They didn't play together for the split, but they did boot camp in order to prep for playoffs. So I think that it really is a giant impact when you're able to talk to the person next to you about what's going on with the game, and just some of the conversations that happen within those rooms, like going in for the day, talking about the game, like just conversation that happens where you guys get better at the craft. That doesn't happen as much sitting at home from and over Discord calls, from my experience. So shout out to Winthrop. I think they've really showed market improvement throughout the split. They're playing the best league that they have all split right now when the season matters the most. And
how does that just keep happening, Cubby? How does that just have this team just seems to spike when it matters most?
Yeah. I mean, that's the value. As we are going to get one last look at that final fight, which is our Philips Norelco one-blade precision play. And, well, it was a really nice 3-man from Kim down. I think Bradley does his best to get out of it, but at this point, we're kind of hitting the one collegiate team with our collegiate wallets. And usually the collegiate wallets don't pack that much of a punch, but in this case, Winthrop's did.
Yeah, it did, apparently.
It had RA money, you know?
In-game.
RA money.
What's with you and RAs today?
Let me reminisce.
I appreciate it. Reminiscing, living in the old days. Speaking of, I'm living in the new days. I'm living in the day that Zach ends up finding almost as much damage and most damage in the game, though. But still, really impressive holistic win from Winthrop University. Again, almost a perfect game besides kills.
Yeah, this was a game where really feel like Citadel needed to take control of the game early on and win lanes in order to be able to play this out. I mean, the fights are harder to play out of Citadel versus what we have on the side of Winthrop, I think intuitively. And when you get behind and you don't like, the only tool to really force with is Pantheon, it's difficult. And we definitely saw that be difficult for Citadel and be punished by Winthrop, as that was a relatively fun game too for the side of the Throps.
Yeah, and we do have our MVP to give out, and it will be Wilson this time around, which deservedly so. Controlled the game from game number 1, minute 1, it felt like, all the way to the very end.
Yeah, Wilson, again, the credit that I give to Winthrop, it feels like it's been a team level up. And while I was singing the praises of, I think mobility's been more consistent this split, some of the supporting cast and pieces for this team, and Wilson, Zach, and Kim down, playing so much better league now than they did at the start of the split. I think part of that is Kim down hopping more on engaged duty, but it doesn't take away from everyone leveling up. Again, Zach for me is the most improved player I've seen throughout week 1 to now, and Wilson's really leveled up with the rest of the team as well. So yeah, excited to see more of them in playoffs. All
right, well, Cubby, I do hear our interview is ready to go, so I'm going to send you off to go talk with the MVP himself.
All right, Wilson, let's get you on in here. Congrats, man. You guys have been on a tear in NACL. 4-1 in your last 5 series. What's been cooking for you guys the last few weeks? Because I know that this is the most important part of your schedule, thinking of both NACL and collegiate competitions. What's been going into kind of all this prep and trend in which we're seeing you guys perform on stage?
All right, first, obviously it feels good that we're winning a lot. We've been losing to MU though, so that's like our main goal. But I think for preparation, it's mostly been just a different approach with Tomo coaching us and Tails. Like Tomo has a different way of playing the game than Tails does. So we kind of just try to learn something new every scrim instead of looking at the overall picture of every game, I guess.
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, Tomo and Tails both have a lot of competitive experience, especially thinking about, like the C9 house and some of the history there. What's it like for you guys as a team when you have these discussions, whether it's 2 coaches that have different views in the game or you guys as well? Who are kind of the winning voices at the end of the day, or is that a team decision that you guys are trying to make behind the scenes in terms of how you want to play the game?
It's kind of interesting because I think it kind of depends it kind of alternates every week. Like, let's say 1 week it'll be Tails coaching us, and then the other week it's just Tomo coming in coaching us, and then like today, Tomo he had a flight back home, so we had Tails coaching us today. So I'm not sure honestly. It's just kind of alternating, and I don't know what the decision behind it is, but yeah, they don't
Does it at
coach
least
at the
keep
same
things
time.
Does it keep things like fresh for you guys though? Kind of like having those different opinions or just different approaches. I'm sure they both approach how they coach differently, regardless of how they think about the game.
Yeah, I think it's very helpful to have like two different point of view of how to play the game, or like how to draft and what a win con is. But it's also confusing. But I think overall it's definitely a positive experience.
Well, I mean, hey, it's looked positive in terms of your stage games. Congrats on making it into the grand finals for CLAW, of course.
Thank you.
It was quite a grind to get there, and congrats on making it in the playoffs today. I think that part of the success that I've seen is, I like to think, a little bit more of an educated viewer. You and Kim Down have been playing well together, and Kim Down's been a lot more on an engaged role. I know from sitting in with Kim Down and some combines, he's a big talker in terms of comms. How helpful has it been for you guys just to have Kim Down kind of being on that role where he's going in? Does that mean that he's better at calling the fights? Does that make the game easier for you? Or what's that been like in terms of the strategy shift that I've seen from you guys kind of with Kim Down playing more engagers?
I think for me, the biggest thing I noticed with Kim Down is he's good at covering the other side. So like, let's say we make a play and then we got to cover the other side of the map. He's going to go cover it, and then I can just farm my camp on the other side instead of just basing and having to cover. So I think that's a big thing for me. And then for mid game, he's definitely good at finding good engaged on like team fights and stuff like that. But yeah, I think we just had more success with Kim Down on engaged and enchanters, I guess.
Well, hey, we saw him cover top really well with you in that game too. In game one, you got off to that massive lead against the Jungle Nasus, which you never allowed to get off the ground.
Yeah.
Wilson, good playing today. And been really nice to see you guys go on this 4-1 run in your last 5 series. Any parting words from you and your team before we see you guys in playoffs?
Shout out to the coaches, the team, and I guess hopefully we can upset Maryville. That's it.
Hopefully, you guys are booked as the 5 seed right now. Depending on the next matchup, we'll see. As the strength of victory tiebreaker might be a little weird between CCG, and Conviction. But Wilson, good playing. You guys look like you're playing the best league we've seen so far and the matches that matter most. So keep it up, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, let's get Mazel back in here as we prep for match 2 of the day. Mazel, not exactly the win and you're in stakes for the playoffs for this one, but still a potential for Dorado outside of the playoff picture to have an impact on it.
True. One last point. If anybody from Winthrop is watching, keep playing Jin Mobility. I love it. Anyways, sorry. I just had to.
All right, nice hijack.
Let's take a look at the standings here. Sorry to bait our production a little bit there, but an important setup here nonetheless, and fight for seeding at least.
Yeah, again, the tiebreakers are head-to-head victories. So we have Winthrop ahead of Conviction because Winthrop 2-0'd Conviction to start off that 4-1 hot streak they've been on to wrap up the split. CCG versus Dorado have the honors of closing out our regular season, as CCG looking to secure that 4 seed, and Dorado looking to, again, try and impact the playoff picture sitting on the outside.
And that's the place to be. I mean, obviously... I guess the place to look is you don't have to worry about relegation, promotion. You kind of sadly don't have to worry about playoffs, but you do get to worry about next split. And I think it's about showing a good performance at the last. Maybe you'd have a little bit of fun with the standings there itself, but try to give them the best foot forward going into summer as well.
I mean, you know what? For the Dorado squad, I'm looking at Decoy, Adam Hub. These guys were relegated from NACL this time last year. Low Jazz also relegated and couldn't keep a spot for Blue Water in summer, of which he was replaced by Kryra, which I will say for his sake doesn't feel that bad. I mean, Kryra played great as an LCS now and still playing well. But to have them come back in with Redemption and to not be in that promotion relegation picture, I mean, this team does deserve props, and I know that we want to celebrate playoffs and wins, but I think community sentiment around this team was very reasonable in expecting that they would be on the border of promotion relegation. And to be fair, they are. But this team has proven to be really competitive. I mean, they took a game off NRG. They have pushed a lot of teams to 3, thinking back. They've definitely proven they are not going to be in that promotion relegation spot. And again, one more chance to really show their stuff before we see them again in summer, which for me, looking at this team and what they were talking about on X as well yesterday, they feel like that it's a small win. They want more, but it's a small win, and that's good to see.
Well, you're a back-to-back booked man, Cubby, as you're ready to go for the coach interview for series number 2.
All right, let's dive on in. We've got coach of CCG with us for this one as we sit down with, hey, what's up? Hey, good to see you again. Auto Boost. Excited to hop into the games. Of course, you guys are playing with a win guarantees the 4 seed hopping in. In terms of your team and your style, it's felt like off the rip, you guys had the most defined style, with Fiji playing mostly sack side in these early rotations that you were using before a lot of the other teams have. Feels like some of the other teams have just caught up throughout the split. How have you guys tried to keep things fresh, whether it's iterating on your style or trying to add more things into the mix with what your team is willing to play and how they play in the Rift?
I mean, of course, it was like easy to have like.
I get you muted real quick, Autoboost. Okay, we're good. I want to hear your answer. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, since the beginning, it was like really easy to have a playstyle because like champion pool situations, right? Like Fiji, we know he's like a really good tank player. So of course, like creating situations like the lane swap, like playing for voids, stuff like that. It used to be like a really big situation for us at the start of the split because no one is actually like doing it. It was like a really big situation to do in the past, and people just forgot after like Quest got added, and it was just like, oh, there is a lane, so what do we do? And everyone is just like missing on the map, like doing disaster. So it's just like we took advantage of that, and it's also because like it's actually fun to see, at least for me, in the perspective of like being the coach, right? Because I can actually manipulate those situations, like force it to happen, instead of like just watching the same situation 2v2 bot lane, 1v1 mid, 1v1 top. Sometimes junglers appear, but like it's just boring to see. Like for me, just like, oh, it's the same matchup I watched last night in LCK or LPL, but just played worse, right? It's just like boring to see.
Yeah, well, I've really enjoyed watching how you guys play the map, especially early on in the split, and still now. I know other teams have gotten better and caught up. Autobus, we tried to explain a lot on the broadcast, or at least I have as well, as someone like Fiji, having that in the team and having someone who is really excited to accept the role of having less resources but still providing a lot of value in the team and on the map. Can you explain for folks at home like how unique it is to you to coach someone who, as a younger player, like brings in not the skill set of hands but a lot of knowledge? Not take away from his hands, but it feels like the way that this kid sees the game, it's not as a rookie. So what's that been like for you working with someone who is making his NACL debut this year and kind of brings in that unique skill set?
I mean, it's about like min-maxing a lot of things, and also like it's about like taking advantage from like enemy players that everyone wants to play a carry, right? That was also a situation where like lane swaps were good because every time someone is just picking like Vayne top or Jace top, and they are just dying in the 1v1 even against Fiji, right? Before the lane swap even happens. So it just like, why are you even picking that champion? Like, it doesn't make sense. It has like no value, right? You're bad at it, like 80% of the league, right? If you're not like Samud or a sniper, maybe it's just like you're wasting time most of the time, right? And most of the players is just like, please stop. That's like my main thinking, right? And then Fiji, I think the best example was like game 1 against Winthrop, where Denator was like 5,000 or 6,000 gold ahead, and then he wasn't doing anything on the map. It's just like, you have a lot of gold, like you have like all the pressure on the map, and you're doing nothing. Once that happens, it's just like, okay, Fiji can do whatever he wants, show up in fights, and then win, right? That's like the biggest thing, like for Fiji.
Yeah, it's been a lot of that. I have been a subscriber to his builds as well in the tanks, as getting that extra value for the fights instead of the bomb use items in lane. Definitely have liked. Auto Boost, this is going to be the last time we talk to you before we see CCG in playoffs. Of course, a win today locks in the 4th seed. What's the biggest thing that you feel like your team needs to win today, but also to prep for playoffs and try and put your best foot forward in terms of what you guys have been working on, or just what your team needs to do?
I mean, there is a lot of things that we have been working. Of course, a little bit of a schedule situation have happened because like we have some players like competing in college situations, so like the schedule is a disaster. Other than that, we have been practicing what we can, like trying to mix some stuff up to look a little bit different from like regular season, because of course like everyone is just going to be like, oh, these guys like lanes of every game, or these guys do this specific thing every game. So we are just like preparing some stuff for like playoff, and we don't really care, or like 80%, 90% of the team don't really care about like seeding. Like if you want to win the whole thing, you need to win against everyone. Like if we lose against like X team or Y team, we were going to lose like next week anyways, so it doesn't matter. I almost said a word there. But yeah,
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you there, Autoboost. But hey, I appreciate it. I always appreciate you being pretty candid with us in these interviews as well. So definitely appreciate all the info, and best of luck today as we see CCG try and secure that 4th seed for playoffs, and we'll see you guys next week as well.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
No, thank you. All right, let's bring Mazel back in here and try and prep for this match so that Autoboost get back to his squad. And again, I really appreciate him talking about his team and kind of the strategy they had in pretty honest terms. I think sometimes a lot of coaches don't want to do that when talking about interviews, but it's very clear early on in the season that CCG had a lot of edge with how they were playing the map, just because with Fiji having, I want to say, a narrow archetype, a champion he plays, they were really able to hone in on a style that gave them advantages early on in the split. And while I feel like some teams have caught up, we still have seen CCG, like, we've talked a lot about how we feel like there are 4 good teams in the league. Feels like those have changed a little bit with maybe Supernova stepping in there. They weren't one of those good teams immediately, but now they have a bye. And Conviction had a few struggles, but seem to be bouncing back. CCG has always been a team that's been good. And I know from talking with some of the LCS coaches as well, probably not the team that they look at first in terms of players or talent, but a team that they recognize as well as like, yeah, the team plays map well. We've really seen that be the case in NACL.
Yeah, and I'm curious as we move forward and seeing what this last-ditch effort from both teams is going to be looking like. Let's take a look at CCG, team that's trying to put it together and find that playing spot. As it's important to highlight, obviously Fiji, you know, we were talking about him a little bit more as well, but I always look to Dardoch in the jungle, kind of a trendsetter, I feel like, in a lot of ways. But really important just to highlight some of the things that they've been really working on and come together with as we've seen the split go on.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm kind of distracted by only 35 having the Jordan hoop earring in. You know, I did not catch that in the player cams at all early on in the season. But no, Dardoch obviously is a veteran voice in this team. Definitely the in-game leader, as well as someone that, I mean, I've really enjoyed my time covering Dardoch in the dev leagues, whether it's been collegiate or NACL. He always is a competitive player. And for me, as someone that I've really seen try to lift his teams up, which has been a real positive to see. So I think it's definitely to see him do it with another younger lineup. I really feel like this has been the best split we've seen out of only 35. EG's made a splash as a rookie. And him being reunited with Aeogene was a duo that I never really wanted to see get split up after they played together in spring last year. So it's been fun to see them be back together too. With Cody's son, like somewhat scaling into performances I'm more used to seeing from Cody's son. So been a positive, hopefully for CCG, as they of course look to win today and scale into playoffs.
On the other side, we got Dorado Gaming, a team that has shown some bright lights, some bright moments against some top teams, and also some newer faces. Still trying to find their way into the NACL, but also some journeymen at this point, trying to work their way into like sophomore seasons and things along those lines.
I don't know if I want to say journeyman yet, but the fact that they've gone up and down in terms of the leagues, and I mean, as much as I want to give Autoboost CCG some credit, I also need to give Coach Bobby some credit. And this is a team that I said at one point during the split that every player that we saw in the past in NACL, they look better now. And the only one that we didn't see is Redemption. And he might be the highlight player on this roster. I mean, the kudos he's getting from peers, I think really speaks more to me about what they see in Redemption and what he's getting from like his own team. Like, yeah, this guy just comes in, he brings the VODs from the last night and is like, hey, we should do this on the map, and this is how, right? for having a rookie voice that's in and they're trying to have that kind of impact on the team. We're seeing it in the gameplay. We're hearing it from behind the scenes, and definitely seems like a player to look out for moving forward.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. I think it's been really cool to see, and I think we'll be talking about this face-to-face matchup here coming up as well, because I think it's important to highlight some of the benefits we've seen from both these guys. And while it's been really cool to see Redemption's growth as well, and there's been some rocky moments for only 35, I think he came into the split having some really big impact for this team, as well as providing one of the most iconic moments of social media interaction in the split as well. But both these guys are going to be very, very impactful tonight in this series.
Yeah, he had a fun birthday celebration that I may or may not have been a little bit biased towards, but that's fun. It's nice to see some of our players having fun. The player Cam's only 35, definitely one of them. A candidate for me for, again, most improved player, given what we've seen this split versus last, and what I think the last couple of series haven't been as good as the first few. He's been having a great split. He's been on fire this split, and it's definitely been a positive. Whereas, again, Redemption on the other side, one of the rookies that I'm really looking out for. I don't think that I have him as my rookie of the split in the regular season, but one of the few rookies that would qualify for that, and definitely on the list of players to look out for moving forward. But time to dive into this Game 1 draft, where, again, stakes for Dorado, non-existent. We are not going to see them in promotion relegation. We're not going to see them in the playoffs. The last time we're going to see them until summer of NACL. If CCG wins, they secure 4th seed in playoffs, where they're guaranteed to be.
And now, Cubby, we have a normal draft. First pick is on Blue's side for CCG. So we'll see how that all pans out, at least. But I'm sorry. That's rare in this day and age. All right, so I got to call it out sometimes when it happens. It is the Vi, the Aurora, and the Varus banned by CCG, though. We'll see the Rise go towards that ban table of Aljun, and we'll also see the Nocturne and the Scion banned by Dorado.
A lot of Enchantresses up, where, Karma. Still a very big champion here. And with Karma up, I mean, if you want to go Ashe Seraphine, you get Ezreal, and a lot of people consider that to be a losing lane, especially after some of the nerfs that have come through. So wouldn't be surprised to see the Ezreal get denied / split up here.
Oriana's also still up.
Try and find another pairing, and yeah, Oriana's a good shout. Zell, as we did see Oriana move from 2-12 to 3-12 in NACL earlier today, as that is still the highest ban rate champion that we have in the league. A lot of people don't want to let Oriana through. See if Adam wants to get his hands on that one, as they do split up Ezreal Karma. Now we have choices for Low Jazz and the crew.
Do wonder what they want to try to focus on for the rest of this first phase. I mean, I do expect bot lane to be the other choice, but the third one, what they want to kind of go with. It looks like it's going to be for jungle for Low Jazz. So the J4 comes through, smiles come out on Dorado Gaming. And now we get to see what the answers are going to be. The Lucian comes in for the bot lane 2v2, and we'll see what the jungle matchup has in store for us with Dardoch picking up the Xin Zhao.
Lucian Karma's a bit of an interesting one. I will need to check the rune setup before I talk more about that. But it's, I guess we don't usually see this laner setup, as Lucian benefits more from Milio and Nami, where you're double tap auto attacks are empowered, whereas Karma just going to get the shield and therefore Lucian passive. As Oriana Jarvan is secured, at least Lucian gives you some mobility to play out of that combo. And with Xin Zhao we talked about earlier, for what Citadel could have done, that's going to be used to try and get out of a lot of range between Ezreal and Oriana and try and dodge out on the big wombo combo damage that's coming through.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage that can be layered on top of one of those cataclysms right now for Dorado, and I think that just gives them an easier bar of execution, at least at this point. We'll see, obviously, what the second phase has in store for us, but I do really like what they're setting themselves up with. Still very curious what that bot lane 2v2 is going to be looking like, especially with Redemption kind of having his pick saved for this point.
I think Bard might get banned here, at least.
Yeah.
And then
I would say you probably want to,
right? We'll see from there. Well, I mean, Gwen ban for whatever Fiji's going to blind, I'm okay with, too. I think at this point, the Fiji tree, if he's blinding, I kind of expect Ornn to spend his most played for the split. But likely Ornn or Cassante, very two matchups that Gwen's very happy into. As going to pay a bit of a tax there. Again, Fiji, pretty narrow archetype in terms of champions in his pool. And Gwen, one that counters all of them. So,
well, I do like the mid lane focus. Just ban out Aljun. 3 bans his way so far in game number 1 at least.
Yeah.
And see what he wants to pull out against that Orianna. I mean, typically it's the Azir. But we'll see if he's willing to go for that.
That is
one,
being
obviously.
given, which is kind of interesting. I thought the anti-ban was a little curious to me. But I guess Dorado putting a lot of emphasis on denying the early game picks for CCG. As Orianna and Annie is a pretty good matchup for Orianna, but of course Annie can make plays early. I think that's pretty telling where Dorado kind of sees the CCG comp, which is early game arms race. I guess they don't want to allow that one. So, taking some of the movers away from Aojun. And now, I mean, no support bans. It's just kind of a default Bard. Lucian's pretty good into it, but I think Bard's still relatively playable into what's showing. Okay,
and there's the Nico. Another comfort ban or comfort pickup. And that'll be Redemption's most played.
Couple highlight plays from the Nico Redemption has had throughout the split as well. See if you can find a few others as circles added to the circle comp. Again, for CCG, expecting Fiji probably going to be tank on the top side. Oh, that is Sejuani top, or is it Sejuani mid? Hold on.
Ooh.
We have seen some Sejuani mid and solo queue.
We have. And we've seen some Sejuani top.
We have.
I'm here for it, man.
I'm curious now. This could get a little weird. As
is it a
Fiji Rumble debut and a Sejuani mid?
Or Aljun Rumble mid?
I think it's Sejuani mid. I do.
It could be. It could be. We have been seeing it. There's some smiles. I do know. It could be spicy.
Nothing to play for again for Dorado, besides pride, and again, impacting the playoff picture from the outside. Cassante, I'd say pretty standard into what's showing here for Rumble. And yeah, relatively stock standard comp for Dorado. Some circles with Ezreal and Cassante to back it up. And meanwhile, for CCG, let's see where everything goes here real quick. As just given we have Fiji in the top side, I really expect this to be Sejuani mid, Rumble top. But we are cooking a little bit. If it's Xin Zhao mid, I'm wondering if this is AP Xin Zhao. Zell.
Could be.
Just out of curiosity.
That healing is ridiculous, I gotta say, in terms of what we've been able to see in solo queues and things along those lines. Even in some of the plays that we've seen on Xin Zhao being locked in. But I kind of dig this for a game number 1 draft from CCG. Just trying to throw a little bit of a wrench in the works.
This is a cook and a half, Mazel. I have not seen some mid Zen. Adam's laughing at it too. I even just got in the load screen, and I think Adam just said "what the f" as he got in the load screen, seeing the setup. I'm pretty sure that that's at least my head canon, Mazel. As I also saw a quick pause in Adam's glasses. I was really locked in.
And he's gonna go.
Quick pause and in the bio break.
To think about this, you know.
Yeah, quick
I
pause
love
and
it
bio
because we
break.
can see the journey in the mirror too. Anyways. I'll just say, I mean, the smiles, this gets you kind of pumped for a game number 1. You're like, all right, I see you.
I do like the all smiles coming out. It's, again, this is a must-win match for CCG to get the 4 seed. They're in the playoffs regardless, and I do like what Autoboost was saying. Is you're in the playoffs and you want to win, you got to beat anyone anyway. So really all that matters is if you have a bye or not, in which case CCG does not. It's been earned by NRG, and a surprise in Supernova. Played a banger yesterday.
Man. Crazy. What a banger.
It was a banger. But excited. I honestly kind of excited to see this draft from CCG just because I think there are some inherent synergies. You've got 2 melee solo laners with Sejuani. Always a happy camper scenario for Sejuani. But Karma plus Xin Zhao is a combo that's so good that sometimes you get Karma mid played with Xin jungle. And now you have Karma really empowering Aojun to step in and find these big fights. I am wondering if this is going to be enough to overwhelm the Dorado comp, because I do favor the Dorado comp if this game goes late. I just think it's a little bit more stock
they got
standard.
circles, man.
Easier to play. They got the circles. They have scaling. In the Oriana, Cassante, Ezreal are all kind of going to outscale in their own right. But this early game for CCG has the potential to be really blistering, and excited to see if they can pull it off.
I did hear we were just having some technical difficulties again, so hopefully we'll be getting through those rather quickly and get into game number 1 of our second series. But hey, the big thing here, results-based analysis, they have Sejuani at jungle, and they have 2 solo laners that are melee. So, passive on lock. It's going to be okay. We'll see, though. I do wonder, though, how they want to play this early game. Because I know Dardoch loves to take some early paths occasionally. He'll find a little bit of wiggle room in the earlier clears. As the Sejuani, I mean, you do have some decent skirmish potential.
Oh, it's kind of funny. I was talking about Sejuani with Chad Jungle the other week. The old days of Sejuani, she was so good because you had literally every single jungle clear or path available to you. Because go back to the old days of League of Legends, and depending on the jungler that you picked, you could only start certain camps or else your clear would be terrible.
Yep.
It's really not the case in modern day League, where you just get to do all your camps in the first grab now, regardless of who you pick. But it kind of took a lot of the firepower away from Sejuani, a champion that I really feel like is so incredibly versatile and balanced throughout the game. And one that I really want to see what Dardoch uses it for. Because again, I feel like you can be ever so flexible with this. Oh my god.
Game 1 of our second series, starting off CCG versus Dorado Gaming. CCG fighting for some positioning in the playoffs. As we do take a look at the runes, we get the first strike rumble on the top side, and as well as the hail of blades for Aojun in the mid lane.
I'm focused on that. I think I now see why Adam loaded into the game and went, what the F? As it's hail of blades, green tree, Aojun with an ignite.
Nice.
Yeah, we're looking to brawl here, and I am very curious to see what this Xin Zhao builds.
We are cooking.
We'll say, Hail of Blades got a lot of changes, as this is not going to go well for Hub or Redemption. They're split up. Early trades going to Karmalution, but Hail of Blades got some changes. It's not just the burst of auto attacks now. You get extra damage and extra true damage at that, which scales much better later on. I think that's been what has led to more Halo Blades being taken or considered by players.
I'm just so centered in on this mid lane matchup. I want to see what happens. Does he win late early? Does he lose late early?
He's got a D-ring too, Mazel. That's
he does.
Promising.
That extra healing, baby. The APs in Zhao is alive and well.
So, for folks that are unaware of ancient League lore, there was a video made in Season 2 by Civ HD, and it was a song called "What Would AP Xin Zhao Do?" And old Xin Zhao, your W healing, because I think it was tied to your W.
Yeah, it was.
It was a crazy, absurd AP ratio. For whatever godforsaken reason, on the last patch, or so 0.9, Riot decided to just give Xin Zhao and Ezreal a lot of AP ratios for just 'cause why not? Like maybe we see a different build or different champion fantasy. We have seen AP Xin Zhao in solo queue, and the idea is you go Shiv, and you're able to quickly stack up or just keep on rotating out for triple autos.
Oh, redemption! Ouchies! Be a bat coming through from Hub. And that will be a lot of damage going Redemption's way early on. Top side, ooh, decoy getting close to a solo bolo on Fiji. Not going to find it yet, though.
Again, Fiji, this is a little bit of a different pick for him. And one where I'm excited to see Fiji try some of the stuff. Again, Fiji's a player where it's been really fun for me to see a rookie come in and have such a good idea of how to play waves as a tank and drop resources in order to benefit the team. That's usually not a skill set I'm used to seeing early, as Ojin's going to get caught out here
He's in a little bit of trouble now, and he's going to go back in,
Yoink?
try to get a kill back. Nope, no yoinkies for you. It'll be first blood for Dorado Gaming.
No chance for Dardoch to get in there either. As, again, idea is you really want the Xin and the Sejuani to interact with each other. That is a very good start for Adam, as he did opt for the Storm Raider Surge just to try and protect against Xin Zhao later on. Provide that defense in the runes, and that's a kill without burning flash, which is very key, because this is a matchup where if you lose flash as Orianna, it does not go well for you. You will likely die twice.
And now, you know, being able to return to that lane is an important factor moving forward. Also, just funny that, you know, level 6s for like the first time ever doesn't matter in mid lane. At least for the side of CCG. The fight will be a little bit different, but for Adam, it's like you get the shockwave combo, right? You have the ball delivery system for Lojez. Like, that is a huge sinking moment for the team comp itself. And I'm very curious how they want to try to use that, because so far it's been pretty quiet as she goes for the jungle matchup.
Yeah, I think that benefits Lojaz early on. Again, as long as this mid lane's not getting out of control. Good news is you can see those Storm Raiders being used nicely. Lojaz is going to make an appearance. Dardoch's here again. 2v2 should go in favor of CCG if met on even footing. So Dardoch going to try and track Lojaz here, and we'll see if we get any fireworks. Because Xin Zhao plus Sejuani, that's definitely the idea here of this combo.
An early lead benefits them so much, as a little bit of potential proxies coming in on the bot side in favor of CCG. They are doing dastardly things down here. It was almost a solo kill both ways in mid lane. We missed the earlier trade. Burns. Looks like Flash did end up getting burned, so something to return to yet again. There was an invade from Dardoch. Didn't find too much there. Actually just gets... the backstop. He actually stopped his back there with only 35. They are fighting there. We're going to take a look back in the bot side, and actually looks like CCG was pathing away, and Fiji was able to get the better trade in the top side of the map.
I thought Fiji was going to maybe fish for an ult or a solo kill there. Might have been able to get the flash out of decoy if it doesn't decide to drop it. But yeah, bot crab goes the way of Lojaz, and no blood. Definitely believe that Dardoch's going to revisit mid though soon, as Aojun in the 1v1 got out of his flash. With that skirmish, it's both lived, and yeah, that static shiv going to be coming in for Xin Zhao. So AP Xin Zhao fully online, operational.
It's operational. I don't know if it's online. I mean, I guess it's, or is it online and not operational? I guess you can choose.
It's coming online, non-operational right now.
There you go. There you go. There you go. The Dragon had gotten pinged by CCG. It's something I would love to see them press towards early on with the strength of their comp, at least in the skirmishing, but it won't be so right now. We will have the grubs coming up in about a minute, with both junglers just going back to clear. Redemption had made a trip in mid lane and forced out a decent chunk of the health bar, and some easy push is going to be coming in from Adam.
Lojaz might be looking to get involved too. Crescent Guard unavailable so far for Aojun.
It's coming up soon, but not soon enough. Ooh. That'll be Lojaz coming by, sneaking away with the kill, getting out with his health bar intact. And another kill going to Dorado Gaming, who are having a great early game here so far.
Really good for their comp too, because we like their comp better as the game goes on. I think for Aojun there, the only escape would have been W, Wind becomes Lightning over to Raptors, so you get the dash. That are playing with the dash of the minion wave is only 35.
35. He gets the heal from the root. That heal's coming through. He still falls, but Cody Sun going to try to clean him up here now. Cody Sun losing out on this trade for a moment, but comes through with the double kill nonetheless. One for each gun for the Lucian, and a big lead on bot side now developing in favor of CCG.
Yeah, I think once Hub Flash is in there, that's going to be a double for the Lucian, as he had Barrier, and Lucian is able to pump the damage there. Nice play by only 35. The W tether, kind of a bait. Lined up really nicely for the culling from Cody-san, which was efficient. And 2v2 goes the way of CCG. A little bit of a hodgepodge bot lane between the Karma and the Lucian, as of course the Ezreal was split up from the normal duo, but making it work out well. We expected early strength from CCG. And the fact that they found a kill bot, honestly, kind of needed for this team, because the early strength from the Xin Zhao Sejuani has been non-existent. And the scaling, again, we favor Dorado. So I think onus is on CCG to keep the ball in their court and keep things rolling, which they haven't really been able to do so far.
Not so far. And, there's a lot of bodies down towards this bot side. We'll see if anything becomes of it as a drive-by. Glacial Prison doesn't actually connect, but the combo is enough potentially. Oh, he doesn't get the auto, doesn't get the Crescent Guard. The burn isn't enough, and CCG, they try to strike in mid lane, but come away with nothing.
Oh, the Storm Raider Surge working overtime there, as was able to get out of range of the Crescent Guard for Adam, and that was the difference of that play. I mean, Sejuani ult missed, yeah, but they still got the Permafrost passive down, which wouldn't go down if the ult hits first from Sejuani, is of course. The dream combo is that you're able to pop the E into the R and then get Permafrost twice, which wasn't the attempt. And Adam, some slick feet. I mean, again, a lot of tools used there. Going to help Dorado secure the first dragon. Very big for a team that has, again, a team we prefer the scaling of. Oh. That's not good, though, for the team we prefer the scaling of.
Oh, no. Oh, a double kill again for Cody Sun, 4-0 now. Aojun does use that combo you're talking about, and the flash beautifully on the other side of Cataclysm, but LoJazz still going to run him down nonetheless. Another big Skyward Sword kill on the day. It will be that trade of Void Grubs on the other side for CCG.
Yeah, Fiji had ults available, but Decoy intelligently steps off.
He burned a flash.
Yeah, did get the flash of Fiji. So, again, a little bit of a different look for Fiji. But one I do think is important for CCG to show before they go into playoffs. When we go from best of 3s to best of 5s, it just like part of Fearless is that you really are forced to play all the archetypes at one point, especially if one's stronger than the other. I mean, that's a big part of pro play. Looks like we're going to get a replay, and yeah, Hub, that's a one-way trip.
That's tough. That
was not
tough.
An arcane shift to go for, unfortunately. Good tether from only 35, and a good double kill for Cody Sun, who now has 4 kills to his name. But going back to the point for CCG, we're looking at playoffs. When you go from best 3s to best 5s, PG does have the narrowest pool on this team, and it's been used very well. I mean, I've learned a lot from how he's played tanks. I sincerely have. I think that other tops should look at his VODs for how he plays Scion and Ornn. I think he sees things in angles that other players don't. But your pool's going to get narrowed up pretty quickly. It's really important to show that you can play these meta champs, whether it's to deny or just to play them well on your own.
Okay.
No flash, one-way trip.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was no playing their way out of that one. So, but, hey, learning experience, you know? Get a stage game on it. And I know that this isn't the only champ that Fiji's been working on before playoffs, too.
True.
So, excited to hopefully see more from him in CCG. As again, has been a rookie player that is, I think, made a splash for reasons that we don't usually expect to see rookies make, and it's been fun for me to watch.
It's been really cool. I think it's a welcome addition to the league with Fiji being here, as we see some ultis traded. It will be the Glacial Prison used. Is CCG, who are down on the ults here. True Shot Barrage they get used, but he'll have that one back sooner rather than later.
Did not want to allow Adam to get in position to fire off a Shockwave, and I am with Dardoch on that ult usage. I think that was the right call. Shockwave connecting there would have been very dangerous for CCG, so just able to play their way out, reset, and again, kind of return to the game. Solo lane's not going the way that CCG wants them to go, so chance for only Cody Sun and only 35 to really try and carry this one, which again would be a good sign getting in the playoffs. I know, talking with CCG earlier on in the split, Cody felt like he was a little rusty at the start. Didn't have his usual, practice regimen going on in terms of going pro. So felt like he was kind of warming up into the split a little bit. And I feel like he's been better the last couple weeks, but still not one of the ADs that we're really talking about as a pop-off.
We're getting some fisticuffs here. Oh no!
Yep.
Aojun pays the price for Dardoch's sins in skirmishing with LoJazz, as he is a tertiary target and will go down.
They sent a bonus member. I think Dardoch's trying to keep Jarvan out of the fight too, and Aojun burned the ult on the initial trade. Adam, of course, used his in tandem with the Jarvan, so another mid-death going the way of Aojun, as this AAP Xin Zhao is, again, very far from being online. and only being made further from being online by Adam.
Tough start for the AP Zin. But a good start for this bot lane, so, you know, maybe it just counteracts itself. You must sacrifice something to gain something. As Fiji's getting pushed under tower here by Decoy. It'll be okay for now, but I think any presence on this top side will be good because the Rift Herald is coming up here soon. About a minute away from that one, 45 seconds from the Dragon. Could see another trade opportunity as Fiji overextends just a little bit too much. He's going to pop down the equalizer to clear out the wave here as best he can. Get a couple first strikes in there too, but Adam has joined. There's the ward showing him out. Adam will end up just collapsing onto the turret.
Didn't quite get the full wave. That's okay. I think the defensive ult was appropriate. So Fiji going for the Swifties and not the Steel Caps in this matchup, which is a little bit unique. I think usually we see the Swifties. Or, sorry, the Steel Caps versus Cassante, but it's going to be the tech for Fiji in this game. Swifties can allow you to get out of some stuff, too, is a swerve.
Oh, big catch on a hub who's burning, and that's going to be a tick-tick-boom moment. Three-man Pop Blossom coming in from Redemption, though, as the redeeming play comes through for Dorado. It's still going to be focused on a Low Jazz, and Low Jazz goes down to Aeojun, who just comes in with a snipe, and the wind becomes lightning after taking so much gold in bot side. Turrets down, plus a plate on the second, and that is going to be Dragon focused now to stop the Dorado stacking. And the first Infernal Dragon of the game to CCG.
I mean, I know this might sound weird to friends at home, but I think the person that made the difference in that fight was only 35 having a redemption. That redemption was massive. It kept everyone alive for that play.
But the other side has redemption.
Well, yeah, okay. I set you up for that one nicely. Well played. But just the fact, again, sometimes support's getting ahead early. The support items, when completed, can have a big impact. The stats, the numbers behind them, there's a reason we're seeing more enchantresses, and there's more gold for supports this split, with cheaper control wards, more gold gen, and these enchantress items that really can be powerful. Redemption was paired up with the stats of enchantresses, so it's not like a one-size-fits-all. You kind of have to play the enchantress down to use Redemption, or else you're going to get stats you don't really value, like mana regen on Leona, but man, like the fact that that was available for that play, that was a really good Pop Blossom from Redemption, who tried to turn that play around, but only 35, popping his item, which he has early, really just neutralized that and allowed for CCG to fully turn that one around, as they have a bit of a winning foothold in the game now.
Yeah, and might be getting a little bit more firm here as another couple shots, and just a little tickle from the culling is going to finish off the kill on the Redemption. And all of a sudden you look back and it's about a 1.5, 1.6k gold lead for CCG off of just map play alone, really.
Well, I wouldn't say just map play. I would give Cody Sun at only 35 a little bit more kudos than that. They've been destroying this game as top lane.
Some extra turret shots. Nice flash from Adam. The Redemption will be enough to heal them through. And Tardog makes his escape as he goes over to the Rift Herald that's already been started up by a very strong 2-item 16 minutes in Cody Sun.
Yep, and again, Shiv completed. Shiv does apply on-hit effects, which will include the Halo Blade's true damage and the Xin Zhao heals, which also do the stackies. So we'll see how fat these heals can be at the moment. That was a good map play by CCG. And I'm going to return to the part of the bot lane that most people would be looking at home, which is the 5-0-2 Cody Sun, who has a giant lead off of multiple 2v2 kills in the bot side.
Only 35. Going to be looking for his get back. As Dardog actually shows up. Fiji finds a flank there. He's going to walk down. The equalizer not available. Won't be able to have that big carpet to lay down, but still very good control exerted by CCG as they continue to look here. Glacial Prison's coming off cooldown right now, so they could look for a play.
I think they want to wait till equalizer to look for a play ideally, but you can see the Shiv interaction on the wave.
It's not fair.
Yeah, it's rather big for Xin Zhao. Shiv definitely kind of a fun new addition. Is Collapse coming in? Decoy TP.
Decoy TP deep. Looking for the play on the Aeojun as now VSync TP comes in. Fiji's going to join the fight,
Look
but
at this
they bought enough time to bring him in, and he's going to have a good equalizer here on that choke point, although Aojun just goes in and dies, unfortunately, a little early there. Decoy's going to be the focus now. Dardoch going to go through. Cody-san not really willing to step forward with the range that Hub is presenting for now, and it's going to be a big get back, as I was saying, but this time from Dorado.
I mean, I know Aojun went down there. He lived for a stupid amount of time.
He did live for a long time.
This is what we're going to start to see, guys, on Xin Zhao. Because AP Xin Zhao, it has some scaling to it. The items are really, really important for how this champion works, as we're already kind of seeing for Shiv with the push and the extra on-hit procs, which gives you the healing. Dusk and Dawn going to be up next. And this item also changed a little bit for the mid-season patch, and also provides more healing for when he finishes that one.
I just can't believe Cody-san's almost on 3 items, 19 and a half minutes in. It's pretty crazy.
He's pretty large.
Pretty large and in charge. As we're going to get the lane setups here still going out. Nothing else going to come of that. As we have about 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. Would be second dragon for either team. Right now it definitely feels like CCG will have the better hand of the fight.
Again, that last fight, the ability for Aojun to buy time in the middle. I know he went down, it was 1-0, but that was pretty crazy.
Speaking of crazy, Low Jazz goes for the play on only 35 before they even looking for it, and only 35 goes down to Adam. Now this combo of Low Jazz and Adam has really come online, and Low Jazz has been consistently finding big picks on the back of these plays for Dorado.
This is a Low Jazz where, again, he is a candidate for me for most improved player this split. So from where he went with Blue Water and them not continuing with him after only a couple weeks, into really being able to prove he can snowball maps forward, as he's done so far in this one, very nicely.
They wanted to start up the dragon. Equalizers beautifully laid down by Fiji. Hub tries to get Dardoch. In the end, Decoy's going to be forced to flash away. Low Jazz has shown up on the flank, so CCG need to re-get their lines here, as they are going to be okay for now. That was a decent amount of tools used by them, but they're going to collapse this advantage in mid lane over to the dragon.
I think Dragon's still theirs. There's no Shockwave. Casante and Jarvan have ults, but health bars weren't there. Resets came out from Dorado, and a nice little posture by Dardoch, and another nice ult drop by Fiji. The first few have been in the chokes. So it's like playing Ornn, you know? It's just instead of the delayed call to Forge God, it's just the instant equalizer. It's just got to frame it for the tank players, right? It's all about framing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, that's half my job up here. Framing. Kind of a master at it, actually.
True.
My ability to move goalposts is somewhat unmatched, you know?
To move the goalpost.
That's framing.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It is. And, you are pretty darn good at it. Now, CCG feeling pretty darn good as well. They took now another outer turret, which means there are no outer turrets remaining for Dorado Gaming. No defensive structures to hold on to. And we do end up having a little bit of a catch-up in items, at least for Dorado. It's still a decent lead for CCG, but something we've talked about from the draft and something that may be coming into fruition is some of the scaling that's going to be there for Dorado.
Again, there's just much more standard composition we're used to seeing, and one that we favor later on, as some of that scaling has kicked in, but we gotta pause. It's 2 items for Ezreal Orianna, but it is a Baron being ripped and not spotted so far. Oh, okay. Blue Trinket comes down. Adam has TP. CCG not even gonna wait to try and get that TP out. Oh, they do, as they pull off and find a TP victory. So, 1 teleport down. As Aojun, importantly, does not have a TP of his own. He went Ignite, try, and bully in lane, which he went 0-5. So, not exactly the start that he wanted. A lot of focus from Dorado to make sure that this AP Xin Zhao got shut down, but...
It's a good idea, though. TP on the back now.
This is deep.
PG with a deep flank. He's going to lay down the equalizer. Actually, hits a big one here, doing some serious damage, but gets damage done right back to him. It's going to be a big trade already. 4v5, and... Aojun's still looking to go forward. The culling coming through, and look, it's a 4v5, but it's still CCG in favor of the fight.
Xin can't do squat yet. Maybe it's a Dusk and Dawn angle, as the Fiji TP, the ult, That's one where we aren't playing corner Skarner. That a little deep on the Rumble, but that's okay. I think Fiji. We haven't seen the Rumble yet this year. No, as a rookie, it's not a champion exactly in his wheelhouse. The ult's been good. The rest of it, maybe it's still a work in progress for playoffs, but
I saw some smiles on CCG's team. There's
always smiles going on, man. We're playing League of Legends. It's fine.
I don't think. Hey, I guess we get to test out the healing here. He's healing a decent amount, but unfortunately still goes down. Almost took down Adam with him there. He did have the move up as well, though, coming from Redemption. So we see now back in the.
That would have been a kill.
If he did, he
would have been
a kill back.
Would have been a kill for sure, but not this time around. As Fiji falls Eogen falls. Fiji's turret falls on the bot side. And
they're collapsing on decoy now, though.
It's all about
AP's pretty tanky. I think he's going down. He's going to try to find his way out.
He's going down.
Oh, big 3-man Cataclysm. Lojaz coming in with the sparks, but no fire yet from Dorado on this bot lane play.
See, this is why I wanted to refocus on the what would AP Xin do. Because at the moment, what would AP Xin do is.
Oh, little drifting there from Dardoch as Cody Sun goes dominant as he rises to 6-0 in this matchup. Dardoch finding a big pick, and I love tools like this in Dardoch's hands. I think he is just masterful when he thinks of engages and how he wants to approach fights. We get to see that kind of moment again.
I'm going to lead to a Baron that is spotted by Lojaz, and one that's going to try
and be denied. I don't think they can do anything about it.
I don't know if he can even get in here.
Do it, Lojaz.
He's gonna.
CCG. Last series of the split. Last series for you. No playoffs bound for Dorado. Are they gonna let Dardoch's like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want a 50-50. I want to back away. Oh, they're gonna try to sneak in. Oh no! Oh no, Lojaz, run! Is he gonna get burned? He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's okay. Go back to the 50-50. Okay, no, we're gonna back off. All right. Dang. I wanted the 50-50 Cubby. That was an
all-time Baron tug. That thing.
It really was.
That thing was stuck at sub 5,000 HP for 30 seconds. Nice when you have Sejuani and Karma to help soak all that.
True.
But not found. That said, what would AP Xin do? Go back and buy a Dusk and Dawn, an item that did not exist.
There you go.
Until 15
now
years after that.
Now is he operational?
I'm gonna go with yes. Just because the core items are in. This is what it's about. We have our core items. What can we do with them? That we will see.
Cody Sun's on 3.5 items, almost 4. So that's going to feel really good for Cody Sun. This might not feel so good for Dardoch. He's going to take the fight back. He gets a decent amount of shielding. He's going to pop the Glacial Prison. Lojaz missing the EQ combo there. Fiji running over, doesn't have the equalizer just yet. We are getting set up around this dragon now that Dorado are the ones that are going to start up here. Mid lane push going to be proud for CCG. Dorado need to back off. They have people doing the dragon right now. Big shockwave hits on the 2. It's a 50-50 that Dardoch takes. Lojaz just gets his meal ripped away from him and nothing to show for it. What a beautiful play from a vet in the league.
That's an elusive boar as Dardoch really made Sejuani, do some swerving, do some drifting. We've seen those ults connect. This time we see a Smite connect on the Dragon. And that's a bummer, because I feel like Dorado's been pretty competitive in this game. And I like their draft, but we have not been able to see them connect unless it's a pick on the Eogen. As Xin Zhao might run for the hills again.
He's got the improved
blast. He's going in.
He goes back into his team because he knows he's got support. I love that play from Eogen, and now he's got to flash away, getting away from everything, and the equalizer on the choke point, and they've completely separated decoy. Cody Sun goes godlike, and it's CCG that just take everything away from Dorado Gaming.
We can heal off Baron too if we're Eogen, as we're getting plus 289s from stuff like the Dusk and Dawn, the pass, that's a 325.
Oh my goodness. Dardoch just trying to get a kill in a hub by his lonesome. He does pop the Glacial Prison there. They didn't even have the jungler in the pit when they were doing the Baron, and it doesn't even matter. They're going to go back for it after they take a couple more picks. No jungler on the other side. No 50-50 in sight. CCG to start this series off with a bang.
Does AP Xin Zhao outscale Dorado's comp? I'm starting to ask questions, Mazel. The amount of damage that this thing dealt and then healed back up, being at 1-6, concerns me a bit. Maybe this is a new, like, Yasuo 010 power spike, you know?
True.
Just need to get going.
The 06 power spike.
Yeah. The Xin Zhao kind of did some work in that fight skirmish. I was not expecting that.
They have so much sustain on the entirety of CCG. Like, that's 2 times that they have just been making bait plays around the Baron and holding it and forcing Dorado into very uncomfortable positions. Dorado is literally not even in the pit there. He's ulting on the backside of the pit before the fight even starts.
My first note for Dorado is once the Dusk and Dawn comes in for Xin Zhao, it is heal cut time. I
don't even know if it helps, man.
It's plus 325. I'd like to cut that down a little bit. There's a lot of healing on the Xin Zhao. Only 35.
There's a lot of shielding on only 35, too. Yep. They're going to TP in. Glacial Prison ends up going through. Dardoch really okay with taking this fight. Look at this damage coming through as well. Equalizer from the back end. Fiji finding impact time and time again on his first rumble of the split. Showing us the flexibility in the top lane, and CCG are showing their flexing muscles all over Dorado Gaming. That's going to be another double kill for Cody Sun. He's had like 4 of them this game already, and they're going to look to push in the bot lane with this Baron buff for another minute and a half.
Well, third play of AP Xin Zhao played mid globally so far this split, and I gotta say, it was 1-1, gonna move to 2-1. I don't know if I love it from the lane phase, but dear lord, is this late game gross. As Eugene really wasn't the focus of the game, but the AP Xin Zhao did attract our eye, and I think that's it.
They just do so much damage to the turrets. It's 30 minutes in, and it is a massive lead for CCG that they are taking in game number. Oh my god! Combination of Cody Sun and Andrew just makes it unfair. They are just waiting for the minions, waiting for another engage, waiting for a drive by Glacial Prison, and waiting to finish this game number 1 so we can get ourselves to game 2. Big 4-man shockwave, but Dardoch is doing the due diligence and ending the game. That is game 1, CCG.
I was with old man Dardoch there. Hit the Nexus. Let's get out of that one. You know, this wasn't exactly, I think, the AP debut we wanted to see out of Xin Zhao, but I think we did see...
It showed the peaks and the lows. It showed us the whole trip.
We saw some of the potential of what this pick can do. Again, third pick globally. I mean, I thought it was going to be mid-Sejuani, which I know has been played around actually quite a bit in solo queue after some of the buffs, but of course, I've really only seen this champion from Lorlo, who, of course, he's playing it in the top lane, and I had to take my mind back to a different generation of myself in order to remember what this champ does. But hey, those new items, the Shiv and the Dusk and Dawn, how they interact with each other, Halo Blades as well, which scales up based on auto attack resets, which you get with the EQ or auto Q from Xin Zhao, that counts. I think that there are a lot of inherent synergies that can be built with those 2 items and kits that abuse it. We definitely have seen that with some other champions in the game. Looking at the likes of Hogmaw. I'm telling you guys, Hogmaw with Shiv can be really gross.
Okay, now you got Coach Cubby up here cooking. But while you're cooking, we're gonna take a look at the cooked up replay of this setup around the Baron fight in our precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
And this is an empowered Blast Cone back into the mix, Crescent Guard out. And then let's plus 288, plus 333 in 1 auto. That's sweet, off of Scuttle Crab. And we're going to go in way too fast, get out, plus 574, plus 288. Yeah, I mean, this is what Shiv and Dusk and Dawn can do. And, you know,
watch the Baron healing.
What did Xin Zhao get?
Look at that.
Is this like a 0.9 AP ratio on the heals? I have thoughts. You know what my headcanon is,
dude?
Mazel?
1 auto attack is healing like so freaking much. It's crazy.
You know what my headcanon is for all this, Mazel? It's that Freak was really the stopgap preventing all of this from coming into League. You know, he goes to a different undisclosed project. And for me, Freak saved the game. I thought going back to items that only give you a few stats instead of all stats was really big for the game. I thought it was really important. Freak leaves, and then we just get AP ratios being thrown on random champions like Xin Zhao and Ezreal for what? Or Zeri, or all this other stuff that's trying to give everyone that champion fantasy when they bust into the game. And oh boy, I guess Xin Zhao, you know, the 1/6 fantasy into healing for all that. I would be
That
very
is
curious
truly
to see
the
what the healing
fantasy.
looked like. Yeah.
Looking forward to if CCG are able to close out the series, talking a little bit about that game 1 draft. That is it from game number 1 in a wild way, but game number 2 is on the horizon. We'll see you there after a little break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, and we are deep into our second series of the day. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby and CCG, making it known they are here to play as a interesting draft comes out and a dominant Game 1 victory.
A lot of healing that Xin Zhao did, as I have thoughts about a 1-6 Xin Zhao being able to heal for 600 health off one item, or 2 items and 1 auto, but you know, that's all right. You traded in a much weaker early game. They got punished for hopefully having that late game fantasy, and they hit it. So good for CCG. I guess that I was not expecting my Xin Zhao to have that much healing, so it might have warped how I viewed the scaling of that game, which might have warped how the teams viewed it route. But hey, I learned. That was the third AP Xin that's been played competitively all year, and while I've seen it in some solo queue clips, haven't seen it be played mid. That got
could see it in person.
Got put in a deep hole early, and I think that we have to give a lot of kudos to Cody Sun and Only 35 for making sure that they made sure their team won that game. Because lanes weren't going the way of CCG.
The Xin Zhao took so much of the spotlight, it didn't even matter that Cody Sun got 2 double kills in the bot lane by themselves in the 2v2. Absolutely insane. So maybe we can give him a little bit more light here, but it's been awesome to see Cody Sun, get his feet wet again in the NACL in North America, at least. I think we've seen some market improvement from this guy, series over series at least, and he's really coming to his own in terms of carry potential. I love some of the flexibility he brings as well to the role for CCG. We'll see if he can have himself another dominant game. That Lucian we were curious about paired up with the Karma, and it worked out anyways. CCG are going to be on the blue side again, though, banning away the Vi and the Aurora. We'll already see the Dorado Gaming side banning away that Nocturne and the Victor.
Victor's interesting. That could be a tell they're looking for maybe an early mid laner, because we're not used to seeing Victor bans this early. So kind of wondering what they're hoping to land, if that is the case. But because it's a champion that Adams also played quite a bit of as well. So kind of curious, but no Scion ban yet, going up against Fiji, and Gwen has been taken out in the first rotation. So, do we see a first pick Scion? I did notice in the player cams, Fiji is wearing a Scion shirt, so really dedicated to showing off his one trick that he does love. As Scion gets taken away. Yeah.
Respect where respect is due.
We have a Seraphine. Okay, we have a Varus.
The Varus makes it through. This has been routinely banned away in a lot of our games here in NACL. Ashe Seraphine is still available on the other side if they want to go for that one for Dorado.
I mean, if we want to get weird as CCG, we could have a Fiji Varus top game.
True.
As most teams are holding this flex throughout draft to threaten it going top. As we do have Seraphine locked in, and I expect to see Ashe following. If not, I guess grabbing a jungler here again. A lot of junglers have been up and available in both of our drafts. So yeah, if Lojaz wants Pantheon now, I'm totally fine with that. There's no Xin Zhao to be paired up with Seraphine Ashe, which I think is the preferred pairing. So just going to snag this and it should be all right.
I do appreciate the engaged potential there, at least. And now they get the 2-punch here for CCG and what they want to lock in for their first phase. See what they want to pair up in that bot lane. It is going to be the Bard coming through. So Only 35 going to be pulling that one out for the first time of the split. And we'll see if they want to grab that jungle prio.
Nope, it's Fiji Ornn. So who needs Varus Flex, Who knows? Maybe Aojin can play it. As Ashe going to be insta-locked, to no surprise. So, see if CCG can play fast enough to get Ashe Seraphine before they get online and scaling, because the Ashe Seraphine combo, I've talked about it a lot. Their ability to empower their top sides with utility, it's really unmatched. And when you pair that with a lane that plays well off each other and is relatively strong, because most Ashe lanes are pretty good, it's a really impressive duo. It just really enables your top side to pick whatever carries they want and go as ham as they want when you have the double W or the double surround sound heals backing you up as Seraphine.
That's something very, very important to kind of keep in mind here. As we are in the second phase, though, we do get the Rise and the Annie bans towards mid lane for the target of CCG. And we do get top lane bans, at least. The Gnar and the Vayne going to be banned away by CCG, saying, Decoy, you don't get the tools today.
All right. Kind of curious now what the answer is going to be into Ornn. Because, I mean, if we want to get really weird, I have seen a few champs that have been sneaking up into the meta.
True.
That might be played top and have good matchups into Ornn. One of those being Shyvana.
The first Shyvana pick of the spring split, the last day of the spring regular season, and Shyvana makes her name known.
Okay, so Shyvana, this champion scales really hard with the changes made. Free armor and magic resist as you kill stuff. The percent health damage goes up as well as you kill more stuff. So I think what I've seen from most builds, there could be a Rocket Belt rush in the top lane, but core items are usually stuff like Dusk and Dawn and actually going some mixed damage. As I think Shyvana is kind of made to be a hybrid, which I somewhat like, but going to be answered with a Rek'Sai jungle. Okay, hang on. Is this what world would it take for it to be Rek'Sai top Ornn jungle? By the way,
no.
As Cassio's going to round this out, it's a maybe. It's not out of the question. It's not out of the question.
No. Well, hey, we'll find out sooner. But it is the Cassio locked in for June. I do appreciate that, especially with the miasma, things that you can lock down. A lot of sustained damage that's going to be coming through that mid lane, as the Hui is the final pick there for Adam.
So there's a bit of a lack of frontline for Dorado that I'm wondering if it can get punished by a very beefy CCG frontline. Hui is going to pack a lot of inanimate damage. Just given, I mean, Hui feels like she damages a lot of stuff as she just plays the game. It just kind of happens with Hui. Want to see if like, I think Pantheon has trouble attacking sides in this one. I'm kind of curious to see what choices LoJazz has to make, because I think my gut feeling is I would try to go bot to play with the Ashe Seraphine and play around that. I don't really feel like you can move Ornn or Cassio very easily, so it's kind of interested to see what choices LoJazz makes, and also with keeping in mind that Cassio, definitely you have kill threat if you are able to get in there early on. So I think on the flip side, Dardoch, I fully expect, I kind of want to see him actually kill the top side. I really feel like Ornn into Shyvana, you have kill threat, just given the gank assist that Ornn brings and some of that early damage, which you get nerfed, but it's still playable. So kind of curious what path Dardoch takes. I think he has a few more options than LoJazz.
We're going to find out if this is the last game of the NACL spring regular season, or if we get one more. Dorado Gaming pulling out the first Shyvana of the split, and a important series for CCG in terms of their standings hopes in the playoff. Here we go. Game 2, CCG Dorado Gaming.
Ooh, the Adaptive Helm early on for Fiji, as he's taking advantage of the fact that Ornn gets bonus health, armor, and magic resist in the passive. So, feel nice for him. As Decoy opting for the Grasp again. I think the best player that we've seen kind of consistently play this has been Mirwin at the highest level. And his Shyvanas, it's been played into Gnar Jace. But the idea of it is, at least for him, he rushes early Rocket Belt. And you can kind of use this to at least extend the range of your ult, which is really key as long as some utility gives you some of the stats that you want to Shyvana. But later on, he goes Cosmic Drive, and I'm kind of surprised he skips out on Dusk and Dawn. That does feel like a pretty core item to Shyvana. So I feel like Decoy has some choices. We'll see if he goes for the Mirrorwind build, who has been really the one tier 1 player that's played this consistently, or at least more than once. And has had some success on it. So I know all the new champs released, I would say that they tend to lean a little bit strong. And it's been a little surprising that we haven't seen any Shyvana. I think she's too slow in the jungle right now, but against the tank top should make some sense.
Really want to see how they play the comp around it as well as time goes on, how they want to utilize it around the map, if it's going to be team fight centered, things along those lines. As Dardoch going for a cheeky gank. Hub, unsuspecting, will end up flashing as he sees the burrowing tunnel coming over. Dardoch throws the emote up and now looks to invade.
Rek'Sai very strong early, can also cancel the Pantheon hop. So you can see Lojaz can't just rush in and W. Dardoch's going to get some info on who's coming over to help. And Lojaz standing still, so kind of bluffed his way out, but is spotted now by Dardoch.
I like that, trying to play with it a little bit. Dardoch going to get double rooted here. Lojaz getting a little bit low. The blue did reset, so it's going to be a little bit of time for Dardoch to be able to take this one down, though Rek'Sai does do a good amount of damage early on. Cody Sun moving over. Should be a successful invade early into the game for CCG.
Lojaz can't win that. Here you're dealing with Rek'Sai, where you can see Dardoch just going in and out of those burrows. A far healthier clear. And the interaction
you have bugs with... out of here, man.
Yeah, that's interaction you have with Pantheon W, too. I think Dardoch might actually double crab, so... Lojaz, I don't want to say flipping, but at least trying to find that camp there. Definitely going to set himself further behind. As Dardoch's going to get everything that he wants on this first clear. We'll see what happens after this crab. I think the best defense for Lojaz is actually to go straight into the Raptors of Dardoch, but if he does that, he will be spotted on the way with good wards dropped by CCG, and that is the choice that Lojaz is making right now.
He's going to try to go for that respawn. Very dicey in the top side. Fiji in some trouble. Dies to the burn. First blood to the Shyvana top decoy.
Miscalculated the damage there, Fiji, and that is a really good start for decoy Shyvana, as it is a new pick, one that we have yet to see in NACL. One that, I mean, honestly, again, was kind of made for jungle for me, and ends up being in top lane. Good pickup. You called it, Mazel off the burn, finds the kill, and a little bit of a miscalculation there by Fiji.
Tough spot to be in for Fiji. See if they can capitalize on that small advantage that now Decoy does have. Still set up around these fights. Going to be hingent on Dardoch for CCG in a lot of ways till Fiji can join the team. He actually didn't clear his blue buff over there. Will just reset down towards his bot side, so interestingly enough, going to leave that camp up on the top side for Dardoch.
I think that he wants the timer of going bot here, just to make sure that he's there on time. And again, Lojaz took his wrap, so he's probably going to be on the top side. GG, yeah, might have been too much.
Okay. See, level 6 already completed, Dragon Form enabled, and the breath is too strong. It even melts Ornn, the Forge God. Another kill going over, and this time it's a solo bolo for Decoy, at least again. And that's going to be a very, very big hole that CCG is going to have to dig themselves out of.
Yeah, this is kind of uncharacteristic from Fiji, who I think really specializes in going down but not out in these matchups. This is a matchup where he's unfortunately a little bit out at the moment.
Fight kicking off on the Lojaz here, who's trying to defend his own jungle. There's going to be the Spiraling Despair used. Adam doesn't have much mana now. Redemption going to try to get a little bit of poke damage in. Hub as well, but they can't really find much. It's a very chaotic trade in the invade by CCG. Still going to be some left wanting moments there for them in their earlier trades.
I like the look from CCG because their draft is stronger. It just didn't connect. So I think they have the right idea, just didn't quite connect on the play, and that's going to happen sometimes. But with them showing on the bot side, I mean, top's getting a little bit uglier, and Decoy going into the tank of Ornn, he's going to rush that Liandry's, and that is going to hurt. As, I mean, that's the item that specializes in tanks. And with the W Max coming out, he's really not taking any damage. And with the Neandri, he's going to just start chipping away at the big tanky Ornn.
Yeah. And the Ember Strike is so perfect for getting the grass setups too. Like he's just getting dopamine hit after dopamine hit there. I do wonder how CCG try to bail this out, or they just kind of leave it because they do have some scaling options on the other sides of the map.
They're leaving
CCG will eventually get strong, but this is going to coincide with some top side pressure that Dorado can exert and potentially look for those top side objectives when they start coming up.
I mean, it's kind of going back to what Coach Autodo said before we dove into the games today, which is when you have a top laner that has such a strong identity, it can really open up stuff for your team. And this is one where Fiji, again, I think that he really embraces the role of taking on less resources and trying to make the most out of them. And look, if you've played in any team, like I'm thinking basketball, where it's a big one, you love having those teammates. Like even in League of Legends, I mean, there's only one ball that goes around in terms of the resources that you can get. You sometimes have to balance out who gets them and where. So I think oftentimes having a player like Fiji, I mean, look at the history of LCS top laners and how many carry tops we've had go to LCS and not be able to transition well because they can't play the role that Fiji has really embraced playing as a rookie in NACL. So it's been fun to see someone that has just a different, I mean, I kind of want to say skill set. I also just want to say, like, the skills that he brings to the table I'm not used to seeing out of rookies. Usually you kind of round out the game knowledge after you have the hands. It's been fun seeing Fiji really embrace that as Decoy. Going to try and force
Dragon's
this.
Descent into the bot side as well. Able to get a good amount of damage with that Molten Burst, but
it's not worth it.
There isn't. Yeah. They're gonna give Fiji back some gold here now, which is a bit unfortunate. They will get the grubs with that latent pressure provided and the fact that Fiji really wants to get some of these plates down. So that's at least something. The backs got canceled in the bot side as well, except for Redemption. So now they're going to try to turn tail and get out of there.
And this is one that could snowball in the Dragon, maybe. As I guess bot only 35 is a little low. But with the grubs being taken, they're going to get the audio cue. And I'm kind of curious just because the Dragon has to base. Lojaz is going to base and threaten his ult to defend this, so maybe that's enough to make sure they don't find the timer, but Dorado going to lose the top laner's TP to pick up grubs for themselves.
Oh, I'm not going to lie, if Redemption hits the first one and gets the root, that is a potentially dead Cody Sun. Did have to burn the flash. Can be taken down in a return play by Lojaz. There's still some pressure in mid lane, though, as we prep around this dragon. Would it still be the first dragon of the game, though? 9 minutes in, been very delayed on that objective stacking.
And I do think stalling that out is good for Dorado. As, ult mid?
Okay, they're going to go. CCG was trying to collapse the play on a Lojaz, but he gets out, and oh no, Tempered Fate is going to make the difference here. Cosmic Body, only 35, gets that kill too. He landed everything. Why not give it to him? As now that should just mean with this network of tunnels, Tremors is a real thing, not just a movie, and should also be the dragon for CCG.
In a way, I feel like that play is there for Lojaz if that ult's just placed a little bit better. But it's also kind of dangerous ulting into a Varus because the Chain of Corruptions can hit as you land, and
yeah,
we saw a lot of things hit there from CCG as they took that fight for themselves. So
okay, still no dragon.
There is a dragon on my screen.
They really don't want
so.
Yeah, true. You know what? Results-based analysis. And that's what we appreciate around here. Throwing up the Scion mode too. Yeah, this
train
though it has evened up a little bit, though the first item
there was a TP.
Well done by Decoy already.
There was I'd say ambitious TP bot from Decoy that kind of evened back up the top side, but damage being felt across the map, and his first few neutral objectives still going the way of Lojaz. His first grubs, first Drake in the hands of Lojaz and Dorado Gaming.
Not bad. I'll take that. Little dragon stack in action. But something next I really kind of leading the way for the next segment of things is I want to see Hub be able to hit some of these Enchanted Crusaderos and lead off some of the team plays if they can. I think it's going to be difficult, but we have yet to see a big engage with the Enchanted Crystalero. I think that's such a big factor when you're drafting a draft like this for Dorado.
hold on. We got Dardock and a ward and potential low Jez action. Yeah, again, Hub Redemption are going to provide the utility, right? And it's where I get a little bit concerned for CCG's comp, because they are not ahead. And they are going to get outranged. Like, I know they have Poke Varus, but Ornn, Rek'Sai, Cassio walking into Ashe, Wei, Seraphine. That's pretty tough. And Shyvana kind of specializes in dealing with the tanks, with a lot of the percent damage that she ends up getting. So I definitely think this is one where I really like where Dorado's at, and think that the Shyvana top is being used in a pretty unique scenario that I like, as kind of the anti-tank in a way. And her kit definitely spells out for Liandry's and specializing that percent target HP damage, thinking of her E, and just going with the W to really stabilize that lane phase. And this is one where, yeah, Ornn scales really hard, but a lot of his power comes from, building up extra resistances and then giving out those ornaments to the team. Right? Shyvana, I mean, she's going to burn through that if she can with the percent damage she has and the items she's building to help with that. So I kind of like the idea here from Decoy and Dorado.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see. It's also our first Shyvana top, Shyvana of the split, and getting to see it do its thing up here and actually find some winning moments feels really good for Dorado Gaming, who, again, a big last hurrah for them, as Cody Sun's going to be that butt end of the hurrah, as Hub will take the kill. Will barrier just to make sure he doesn't take too much from that one. Mid lane, we get another play as well, as that was very, very close. Kills are going to be used there. And Adam, a little worse for wear, but again, final outing for Dorado Gaming. They will be back in summer. They don't have to worry about the promo relegation, but you want to see some good moments. You want to see some positive steps for this team, and it's been really cool to see them cook this up in game number 2.
I'd love to see him throw a wrench in the playoff system, That'd be kind of fun. And it'd honestly be a nice end of the split for Dorado, a team that we really have given some kudos for, as they're in 8th, but this was a team everyone had projected to be in promotion relegation. And Dorado were really able to step up, I think prove that as a team, they are not one of those teams.
Hub's gonna flash forward, and Aojun is just dead. Really nice solo play from Hub. He'll get the solo bolo, and only 35. Oh, no. I don't know if he's got it. The damage is there. The electrocute comes online, and only 35 gets the kill back.
Thanks to some good clicks by Hub. He got both summoner spells out of the support, and that's going to lead into a kill mid.
Oh, collapsing into Cody Sun, who finds himself dead again under turret. That's 2 times in a row. Cody Sun not going to be the main focal point this time, and none of CCG is really going to be the focal point, as Dorado Gaming find themselves 1,000 gold up now.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what I'm seeing out of Dorado, and that was well played by Hub. The clicks that he had got some extra buttons out of CCG. They might be able to punish in the camp of Dorado moving forward. So for Dorado, I mean, again, you're not in the playoffs. The next best thing going to happen is that you have some form of impact on the playoff picture. And having a win here against CCG and putting us in a pretty wild tiebreaker scenario, obviously it's bittersweet that that would be it for Dorado, but it's a team that has really improved and exceeded our expectations that we had coming into the split. So I think having one more good showing from them, definitely appropriate, and would like to see if they can turn this game into a win, because if there is one nitpick that I've had from Dorado, it's that sometimes some of these leads, they're a good mid-game team, but they aren't the best at closing out these games.
Yeah. Dardock going to go for a team play in the enemy jungle here, going for the invade with a lot of camps to take as well. Lojaz standing on the outside looking in. At this point, he's going to lose everything inside of his house. Can't even do anything about it. Into corruption. Okay. It's going to be the encore as well. Tempered Fate to stop up the tracks. Enchanted Crystal goes completely wide. Lojaz joins. There's ultis everywhere, Cubby. Void Rush going to be used. He goes straight into the tunnel. But meanwhile, only 35 falls to Hub, who finds some good clicks yet again. And now, potentially, an outer turret for Dorado.
It's going to be Rift Herald focus and an outer for Dorado as they continue to win. Yeah, I don't feel like this draft from CCG, they're a bit lacking on damage. I think Aojun going for the torch this game, kind of appropriate, because, I mean, where's the damage coming from later on? This is Poke Varus, it's a tank Ornn. Rek'Sai, yeah, you bring some damage out of the jungle, but how much is it really? So I understand.
For sure, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you're going to be range gated. Like going up against Ashe, Seraphine, Hui, I think that's kind of the idea for Dorado. And my concern for CCG as this game continues, I feel like if Dorado can play with Hui, Ashe, Seraphine range, which is going to exceed what CCG can do outside the Varus, which of course can be kind of sustained by the Seraphine. I like this scenario a lot for Dorado. And the fact they're up, I mean, yeah, this Dragon's going to go over the CCG. I don't really care. Like, my Shyvana's in good shape. I'm up 2k gold as a team. A lot of that's on my AD carry, too, in Hub, where I know we talk a lot about the utility Ashe Seraphine brings, but they had to nerf Ashe's damage on this patch for a reason, too. She's been a very strong champion so far. And, yeah, it feels like Dorado are more set up for success in this game than CCG.
It's a little bit of a comeback, a little bit of a bite back, if you will, for a second game where game one was very, very one-sided with a couple bright moments from Dorado. But here, it is still that conversation of holding on to that lead and continuing to push it forward, as we're going to be coming up with some item completions here. We already got second item there for Hub as well.
First tower of the game for CCG maybe in this bot lane is that's
Adam
going to be help from only 35.
The big pickup under tower again. Cody-san could be looking with the Chains of Corruption. That is an unfortunate timing, and Chains of Corruption comes across as well. Encore is going to hit, but they are double CC'd. Void Rush comes in, and the Void Beast is in the back line. Aojun finds himself a double kill on the sneakiest snake, and now Hub is going to be in some trouble. The knockup comes through, and a triple kill comes through for Aojun.
Meanwhile, topside Fiji just pushed out Decoy, forced to ult away. That's a curious one. Looks like there's going to be Riftmaker second here for Decoy. But, yeah, I mean, what a nice series of plays here for CCG. Even with not all the ults connecting in tandem, still able to find and connect as a team to make sure that they get the win. And I'm kind of left head scratching for Dorado. I feel like part of the issue is obviously Hub has the gold and got taken out early, but I also think that Lojaz got kind of frozen by some of the magical journeys that were dropped, or at least some of the angles of attack, because that was really well played and well managed by CCG.
Really big shouts to Aojun so far on this Cassio as well. Now on 2 items himself, has the Cosmic Drive.
It was the Adam kill into the chase on the Hub. Yeah, I mean, started with Adam. Yeah, that was. I mean, this Cassio, I'm not used to seeing this build. Definitely is made to be faster, and we're seeing some of the damage come out as
we've been seeing Cassio. Like Knight was, I believe, building like Shirelias as well, like the Speedy Snake.
Oh boy. I don't mind that tech. I mean, it might be able to use it this game, sincerely.
Let's see what kind of tech he's willing. I mean, he is cooking today. Dude's got a chef hat. He might be on the next episode of Master Chef at this point. Like, I don't know, man. The AP Xin Zhao 1-6, the dream, into domineering performance on the Cassio. Gotta feel pretty good for the stonks of CCG going to playoffs. Another arrow does go wide. Unfortunate for Hub. I'm glad they're looking as a solo kill. It's Fiji on his champion, on his weak side top lane, getting a solo bolo over Adam.
Oh, gets solo killed by Shyvana earlier in the game and leads the pain into the enemy mid.
Chains of Corruption actually connects there onto Redemption, which means it's going to start proccing on the back line. He actually just got a 3-for right there. Cody-san turns around that big fight. Dardoch makes it out, and they find another pick.
It's a great encore, but Hub goes down early. And if Hub's not around for these fights, Decoy got in a little bit late. I just don't know if it's there
the
for Dorado.
snowball, man.
Yeah, these death balls been big.
3 minutes away from when 2K lead was in favor of Dorado. Now it's completely turned tables here. 2K lead for CCG.
Death balls have been big. And I really feel like, I mean, I'd kind of be curious to get a second look at a couple of those plays because it feels like it's all happening at once, which is not great for Dorado. I know the Fiji opens some plays up when he finds a solo kill for himself and able to get involved after that, but I think that better lane assignments here in this mid game for Dorado could help. I really think they need to be intentional with putting Shyvana into Ornn. Look at where Fiji's walking right now. He knows that going up against Hui is a much more positive matchup than going up against the Shyvana. as he's going to walk top, and yeah, Adam has to respect it. Thank you, production. Let's get a second look at how Fiji found this one. Oh,
Dude,
he got him off guard with the flash.
Oh,
the flash forward into the full chain CC, and then from there...
Watch this change of corruption, though. It's actually huge.
That's a good catch, Mazel. The knockup by Dardoch kind of keeps him in there. I was focused on 3-man Encore. I thought the Encore was going to turn things around, and then, yeah, Hub got caught by the bounce. Dardoch knockup helped. He falls first in the fight, and gas in the tank kind of gone for Dorado.
Man, what a clinical turnaround from CCG now. I don't know if anybody can answer Aojun, as he is just rampant on this snake.
Again, this is why I think they need to be intentional with putting Adam into Aojun and putting the Shyvana into Ornn. Cassio is a really, really good side laner. Like, her strengths is that she has a good lane phase, and then her side laning later on, this is a champion that, for me, can really shut down the likes of stuff like Fiora or Aurelia in the side lane, just because of the ground, the stun, and the single target DPS that she can do. Shyvana's not going to be able to hold a candle to Cassio if it is a 1v1 matchup in the side lane, and Shyvana's going to need to ult in and have help to find kills. So, again, I think that really important they end up finding the Ornn with the Shyvana, because we have seen the last few sequences. I mean, Wei got solo killed by Ornn, and Shyvana has been jailed by this Cassio, so I like the fact that Dorado kind of intentional to try and find this matchup now.
And we're taking a little bit of stock of the map here, and 3 items are coming on through there for Aojun now with the mask completed. And I think that's going to be really tough to play around, but there is a little bit of a lull moment, a little bit of a break in time here for Dorado Gaming to get themselves centered again, as they are actually getting play. Okay, they don't have time. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come through onto Dardoch. Dardoch's getting locked down, but he gets through. No, the Spiraling Despair does end up going through. It will be the damage enough to get the kill back. Both junglers are dead, and it's looking like a 4v4 now with the movement from Fiji.
This is the kind of world where Seraphine comps really benefit, though, because your ability to step back, surround sound, heal back up is good. So I do think that CCG needs to find a bit of a clean reset. Love it if only 35 could get back into base. I don't think that these standoffs are going to be good for CCG. I say that. Hub, no flash.
Oh, he's going to get locked down. They do have the fear right there, though, ready to go from Adam, so he's able to block any kind of engage that was coming on through. CCG will be rebuffed and have to reset after that one.
Decent fish from Fiji. I mean, they know it's flashless Hub, and the surround sound and the move speed, I believe, from the Hui as well, helping make sure that Hub escapes the combo from Fiji. So, well managed, as we have Baron up, 3 minutes away from a Dragon Mazel, and it kind of feels like we have 2 clashing styles going toe-to-toe, with Dorado not getting enough of a lead because they've been caught out a little bit in the mid-game, and this one's going to be expensive. TP's coming in.
They're gonna commit to this one. Dragon's Descent is available for Decoy. He just can't get bursted down. He's going to look to unleash it. He's going to go onto Dardoch, but they're split in their focus right now, and Decoy is fighting by himself. Yeah. He's just going to get taken down by Dardoch. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will hit onto Cody's son. Tempered Fate hits on the 3, though, and now CCG can re-engage. Looking for the double, looking for the triple. He's going for a big knock-up city here, and Dardoch and Fiji leading the way. It's going to be Adam locked down, dragged out, and Void Rush dead. Dardoch finds himself another one, and that might just be the Baron for CCG.
The damage is just not there for Dorado, and I think you called it out perfectly, Mazel. The carries were split. Decoy went in to the backline by himself, ends up getting gunned down pretty easily by this Cassio, and then what a ult from only 35. That Tempered Fate took away any hope that Dorado had to really win that fight. As he found 3, Dardoch was perfectly positioned to unburrow right from underneath the Dorado team that was the kind of golden they didn't exactly want to be. We like the gold on the jerseys, not when you're like that under a Tempered Fate from Bard and ready to have a Rek'Sai unburrow right under you.
Yeah, that was a huge double, triple knock up there as well with the follow through from Fiji in the end. It's just impressive to get to watch it unfold there, and really big shout outs to Only 35, like you said, being able to find that one. Oh, Hub is in
Got
some
caught.
trouble. He's dead to a piercing arrow to Cody's son, and that arrow might just be the signaling of the end for Dorado's season.
1 Q from Aojun. And he was just able to catch up to Hub like that.
Yeah.
No Rylai's necessary. Just Swifties, level 16, and the scaling move speed that the Cassio gets now. As yes, the snake. There is a boot on my snake. I guess that's how the phrase goes.
Snake. I got confused because I've lived my life off of Toy Story, and the other day when we had the boots on the Cassio and we were starting to see Cassio more, I'm just like, how does Woody make his saying? It doesn't work. The snakes are on the boot, not in the boot.
Do you think I did all right? Was that it,
so.
or are we still fishing?
We'll think about it. We'll talk about it. We have some time off before the playoffs, you know? We'll figure it out. But CCG looking to make their mark on the playoffs, looking to secure 4th seed in the NACL regular season. And what a push it's been from this team as we've watched them grow week in, week out, and really come to a head here. That's 2 dominant games now. A little bit rocky in the early game of game number 2, but it's been really nice to see them pull off these drafts. I think it's been really impressive, again, to watch their growth throughout the season.
I think, in a way, Dorado actually really cooked with this draft. They just didn't quite put the gameplay together as... Oh, that missed.
A little bit troublesome. Dragon's Descent, but it's still a dragon versus a snake. I guess the snake wins, since fantasy creatures don't really exist. As Flash from only 35, he's having himself a good old time. He's finding a little bit of outplay. Oh, Chains of Corruption does not hit from Cody's son, but everything else does. It is CCG barreling down the base of Dorado.
Just felt like Dorado wasn't quite in sync this game. I think that when you play Ash Seraphine, we need to see a lot more moments of them playing as 5 rather than getting caught out in sides, as we do have Cody's son blown up. It should be the turret, but that might be it for CCG on this push.
Cody's son has not been having a fun time. He's been getting 100 to 0'd multiple times in a row. But luckily, the rest of his team is having a good time, so that's all that really matters. Turret goes down on the top side. That's permanent damage. And an almost 9,000 gold lead for CCG. That might also be permanent damage.
Oh, no,
Adam, no. Adam, run away.
It's just these side lanes are so scary.
No.
Rek'Sai and Haunt is being given away.
It's like a land shark. He's always got to be careful.
Land Sharks played in the last game. Technically.
True. Tempered Fate goes a bit wide, but the Ornhorn doesn't. And guess who strikes true? It's the Twin Fangs of Aojun, as he's had an incredible performance today. It wasn't just the AP Xin Zhao that gave us a run for our money, but it is now the Cassio that looks so utterly devastating.
Yeah.
As the beasts are unleashed for CCG.
I would like to rewrite a few of my thoughts on this draft. I think the reach of Ornn Rek'Sai to actually set up the Cassio has been... I've seen Aojun be able to get in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a concern I had for Cassio going up against Seraphine Ash Wei. I think that there should be some issue for Cassio, but I think Swifty is a smart buy. It scales really hard off Cassio's bonus move speed she gets throughout levels, and gets the slows off that you experience from Ash Wei and Seraphine. And yeah, I think that some of what Aojun's cooking here is good. As we're going to go back to the pre-Baron replay. And again, Decoy, that baby ult to just focus down on Dardoch, and he got kind of smoked in this. And Hub's not really able to ever get involved because he walked up for 1 auto. Gets shut down by a beautiful Tempered Fate from only 35, which then sets up the combos so that Rek'Sai, Cassio can get in there. I think between the Bard, Ornn, making sure the team can get in, we've seen CCG do a really nice job of that.
Desperation rings true. We're seeing the Dragon's Descent, all the combo thrown. The Encore hits on it too. Tempered Fate's going to connect and save Aojun from the fight. 3-man knockup from Dardoch. Oh, still got hands, baby. It is CCG looking to step confidently into the playoffs and into Dominion over Dorado.
They want that 4 seed. It's going to lock them side select against Winthrop in our first round of the playoffs. And CCG, I got to say, a little bit of a rough early game, but man, they made this one look really one-sided in the end.
They did indeed. A triumphant performance from CCG and a dominant 2-0 over Dorado. This will be the final dues for Dorado before we get to see them again in summer. But it is CCG who will be looking at a better place in the stars for those NACL Spring Split playoffs.
Nice little flex there by only 35 in the cameras. Good to see him in the Winthrop Arena, as well as AO June, I believe, in the GVU arena.
Looks like
still. Sure as heck looks like it. But congrats to CCG on the win and honestly taking the 4 seed. As I really feel like throughout the split, I can always point to having, I think, 4 good teams that played early on when looking at Conviction. I know Conviction had a few bumps in the road, but I still consider them a good team. Supernova being that 5th and Winthrop, also being the 6th, ending the split 4-1. 6 teams we have for playoffs, I'm pretty excited about, frankly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really awesome playoffs. I think the stories have been really cool in NACL so far this split. Being able to see that come to a head with a lot of the teams that we expected, at least, to be here, and be able to see that kind of continue forward is going to be really fun, because I think this has been one of the most kind of topsy-turvy NACL splits in recent memory. I think we've had a lot of big upsets. We've had a lot of big gold changes as well. It's been a little bit crazy, but also the narratives behind some of the growth of the teams that maybe weren't expected to take games off of top teams, and some of the growth throughout the split has been really cool. And to cap it off with a CCG dominant 2-0 feels maybe just right.
You say topsy-turvy. I think that we've had a lot of flips in terms in the middle of the season, but
I said it a different way. You could have just not... Could have just left it.
If I go back to my tier list that I had, I think I have everyone within ±2 of where I had them originally, except for Blue Water and Conviction. Everyone else I had within ±1 or 2. So I think pretty close. But yeah, it's been a fun split. Again, I know we're not going to see Dorado until next summer, or this upcoming summer, I should say. But definitely a team that I'm excited to see again. I hope that I know that there are a lot of iterations of players maybe not returning the rosters, and I know Redemption is someone that I'm actually kind of looking to see if he gets picked up by one of the other teams in the league, potentially, as of course some of the teams, might be some roster shuffles that we have throughout the offseason, as always, but I really hope to see the majority of Dorado return together, if not all of them return together, because this was a positive story. I know that 8th isn't exactly impressive, but I think they challenged a lot of the teams that we had throughout series. With the team that we looked at was like, you know what, this team got relegated this time last year. Kind of expect that to happen again. We didn't see the results in ACL. They obviously fought their way back to get into the NACL, which was impressive. But I think the gameplay they showed definitely proved that they were not a team that was going to be relegated this year. We didn't feel that way for the majority of the split, frankly. We kind of felt this way since like week 3 or 4. So I know Rafa's dark horse prediction of Dorado making playoffs didn't exactly pan out from those weeks, but he was onto something. This team was playing well as a team. They were improving. And again, I know that not making playoffs is not the goal. We want our teams to win, but I can't look at Dorado as an expert and say that they didn't exceed expectations. And I think that is a win for them. But
it is a win.
I know we got our MVP ready, so we can talk more about CCG.
Adieus to Dorado. Can't wait to see them in summer. But let's go and talk about that MVP. Let's talk about Dardoch, who ended up taking it here with the Sejuani gameplay, the little fumble Ruski in the draft that led us to an AP Xin Zhao mid, and then a pretty impeccable performance on the Rek'Sai in game number 2.
We did Dardoch MVP. I you know what? I think it was close between him and Adrian. I do think the Casio especially ended up being quite big, but
I agree.
Also, Adrian started 1-6 in game 1, so.
But he won. Does
he
it
did
matter?
Win. Look
how much healing. We didn't get to see how much healing he did afterwards.
If I start 1-6 and we win, I still hear about it. All right. So
all right.
Maybe that's right. Yeah.
I'm going to take it away. I'm going to go talk to Dardoch. We'll get to the gist of this game number 1. Let's go ahead and invite our MVP in for the final series of the NACL. Dardoch, my man, showing the hands on the Rek'Sai first and foremost. Did it feel good to be able to take that pick out? I mean, it was a little bit of a weird draft from Dorado Gaming. Did you feel like that was the pick that was going to bring you guys over the line, at least in terms of direction for your game specifically?
I would say it's more just something we've been working on. Well, not specifically the Rek'Sai, but we have a lot of like combinations that we are like stuck in the theory realm where we're not really testing them in scrims because we don't see it as like that strong or like that often it will be an angle. But I like it against Pantheon, and I think it's really good situationally with Cassio and Bard. As we saw in some of those engages, it becomes really like no counterplay. They kind of are just sitting still for like 5 seconds straight. So it's definitely something I'm just really comfortable on. I played Rek'Sai like pretty much my whole career, so I always try to force Rek'Sai when I think it's like at a pretty decent strength, and at least top lane Rek'Sai always looks pretty strong when I see it, so I've been trying to put it in jungle a bit more.
I appreciate it. Junglers out there everywhere, I'm sure, appreciate it as well. We got to talk about the elephant in the room, though, man. You talk about combos that are coming together. What the heck was game number 1? What the heck is AP Xin Zhao mid? It started 1-6, but healed probably more than everybody in the game combined. Was this a pick that you guys were wanting to try out before playoffs? Is this a synergy that you guys were trying to develop?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of considered every game we've played after locking playoffs like a glorified scrim. So like we're not afraid to try stuff without much practice, and that is, you know, it was obvious that we were not super polished.
Was the 1-6 part of the plan?
No, certainly not. I mean, I kind of also gaslit him in Champ Select to take Ignite. He wanted to play TP and a bit slower, but I was like, nah, bro, just take Ignite. Let's see what happens. Like we can probably one-shot this guy level 3 or something. And then it didn't end up panning out that well, but he kept a good mental. Respect to Johnny. It was a rough game for him for sure, but I don't think it was like it wasn't the easiest game to play for sure as Xin Zhao.
Yeah, for sure. Still a lot of pressure from AP Xin Zhao. Look forward to more cooking from you guys. I want to ask you specifically though. I always like to ask players like what they're working on, what they're trying to improve on personally. For you, what has been the growth of this split? What do you feel like you've really worked or achieved at least going into playoffs, and something personally you've been kind of happy about?
I'd say this whole split I was focused mostly on just I kind of wanted to force myself to play all of the meta champs, like whatever I see in tier 1 that looks strong or I think is strong in theory. I want to be able to, you know, replicate it to the best of my ability with my teammates. And this split, I think I don't want to say made the meta, but I kind of I see a lot of people taking the notes on like the Nocturne and the Pantheon and stuff after the first couple weeks. So I think I started off strong. Again, shout out to Inspired, because I had the pleasure of scrimming him before our season kind of started on NACL, and yeah, easy to copy somebody that good for sure. So again, shout out to him. But yeah, that was what I mostly wanted to work on, just playing what I can and that I see in tier 1, and you know, throwing in my picks here and there.
Yeah, as a veteran in the scene and kind of working with this team through ups and downs, was there something you were particularly proud that this team overcame throughout the split? Is there a moment that kind of stands out to you? I know it's maybe hard to think about.
I wouldn't say we have done anything outside of our own expectation. I feel like for us, people will see our standing and like look at our roster on paper before the season started and be like, yeah, they're overperforming or anything. But to us, I don't think we've done anything over what we think we can do, you know? So for us, we're really just focused on continuously improving to playoffs, and really trying to pressure the top of the table. Like we really do think we can improve a little bit and get to the point where we can play Maryville and NRG and those type of top teams and really be competitive. So that's always going to be our end goal. But with that being said, I'm very proud of how our group has just played this entire season so far. I mean, obviously, those expectations on paper are there for a reason, whether we agree with them or not, right? So the fact of the matter of us performing better than what people think we did, so it's always something to be proud about for sure.
I really like that. I guess talking about those playoffs, do you have any words of wisdom or things that you're excited about going into the playoffs themselves, and the closer we get to best of fives where maybe some of that spice gets to continue?
I mean, words of wisdom, I'd say everybody who's participating in the playoffs, not just our team, just make sure you come in confident and, have faith in your teammates in your own game. I think that's always most important. A lot of people, or at least in my experience, I've seen a lot of teams go into harsher, more like stressful territory games and just lose their identity altogether and like forget how to play the game, for lack of a better term. So I'd say just being confident in yourself and your teammates and like your strategies that you've built up over the course of the season is very, very important.
I appreciate that so much. All right, final words. Anybody you want to shout out? Anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
Shout out to my team. Shout out to my coach. Everybody's really been working really hard. although we haven't had a ton of opportunities to practice, we all are seemingly on the same page mentality-wise. So look forward to continuously grinding and getting prepared for these playoffs for real. Shout out to my girlfriend, my family, everybody watching, all the fans of NACL, everybody, blah, blah, blah.
Dardoch, it's a pleasure to get to talk to you, and it's a pleasure to get to cover your games, man. You are a treat to watch. I can't wait till playoffs. It's going to be a fun time. We'll see you then.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
All right, I'm going to bring Cubby back
Dardy.
and words from the wise man Dardoch and some really awesome and thrillful gameplay in the 2 games that we got to see from them. We got to hear that the cooking is not done. You know, being able to find these synergies, these duos between mid jungle is super fun.
I mean, that Bard and Cassio to set up the Rek'Sai between the ground and what you could do with Tempered Fate and the Qs was actually quite good. I kind of took me back to some of the old school days of some of the drafts that I was cooking up. We used to play Nautilus, Zac, Cassio as a topside. That was nasty. As like how you could combo off the ground and everything and just combo off those champions. Ignore the fact it's all magic damage. There was Abyssal Mask back then. So it was fun. Anyway, again, your end of the regular season final day results.
It's done. It
was
over.
A 2-0 for Winthrop. I hate to do that to Citadel, but it was a 2-0. And we had a quickie for the last day.
Yeah, we did. 2-2-0s back to back. And, you know, I got to say, first games in the series, definitely a little bit wonky in some ways. You know, some rust to be maybe knocked off before playoffs as well. But I'm glad that we had stakes coming into the final day. I'm glad we had some mobility, pun intended, in our first series as well of what could happen for that final place. But still is the matter of fact that, you know, when we take a look at these standings, we're going to be breaking down exactly how things work out here because it is important to notice that, you know, we didn't have a lot of 3-game series so far this way. We did have a lot of 2-0s, but when it comes down to the brass tacks of things here, it is NRG in first place, Supernova in the second, Maryville University in third place, CCG locking up fourth place with this win today, Winthrop University locking up fifth, and Conviction rounding out the playoffs at sixth, where we'll see Apex Mission Impossible and Blue Otter in the promo relegation series, and Citadel and Dorado we'll see in summer.
Again, head-to-head being the tiebreaker, I think had a really big impact on the standings. I would like to put my opinion out there, or my hat in the ring, that I would prefer if it was game score or game win percentage as the secondary or as the main tiebreaker. I just think that if you play a single round robin, it's a lot more intuitive and I think a better depiction of strength given how you did throughout 9 series instead of who you beat next to you in the standings. So, yeah, it is what it is. So anyway, has been fun.
It has. And we get to take a look at next week's matches, the start of playoffs. Since the regular season is all done and dusted, we will be kicking it off with CCG versus Winthrop University, a fun matchup on paper and a fun one in person too. And then Maryville University are taking on Conviction.
Yeah, that is a matchup that could easily be the final still, or I think a lot of people might have had projected as the final for NACL at the start of the split. So seeing Maryville and Conviction go toe-to-toe for our opening series, going to be quite interesting as we're getting started off with a bang on that first day. Man, back-to-back best ofs should be quite fun.
Yeah, that will be kicking off on Wednesday, I believe. So make sure that you guys are all tuning in for that one as we're getting closer and closer to best of fives. The first series, obviously, first rounds will just be best of threes. But once you get down in the losers bracket, that's where the fun really kicks off. Cubby, it's been a pleasure to get to cover NACL alongside you these last couple weeks. It's been a pleasure to rejoin the team after being gone for a couple weeks there in the earlier part of the season. Favorite stories so far of the split as we come to an end?
Ooh. Favorite story? That's a good one.
It's hard. I'll tell you mine if you want time to work.
Yeah, you go first. Yeah. I got a couple, but you go first.
Weak side top lane Fiji, baby.
Fiji, really?
Last time? When was the last time we had a weak side top laner make waves in the NACL? It has been forever. it feels like. And I know it's maybe something small, but I really appreciate the personal improvement we've seen for Fiji. I think it's been really cool. I think the other one for me is the Supernova rise. I think if you're looking at general storylines, it was really cool to see Supernova kind of end out on second and find a lot of synergy with the team that on paper looked really damn good. So those are two ones that I can think of immediately.
I think off the top of the head for me, the two players that I think are the most LCS ready are Zamudo and Yuji, and have been that way for a while. And I think that there are circumstances outside their control that keep them in tier 2. To see them still be, I think, two of the best players in the league very consistently has been really good. Just to see them really keep their form and kind of adds credence to why we think they would be so good at the next level too. People are really missing out on the talent. Outside of that, shout out to Phi Mini. I think that he's being slept on as someone that's been a really big piece of NRG. And I know that him and Ciro have split some time. Ciro is a really talented player himself, but really impressed with what I've seen out of Phi Mini. I think he's been actually one of the better stories this split. Is Zamudo's been rather 1v9 at the top lane, but Phi Mini has really stepped up as well in the mid lane. It's been really good to see.
Well, big shout out to our production as well for a job well done on the regular season. Looking forward to working with them and everyone else as we get into playoffs. But that is all she wrote for the NACL 2026 spring regular season. We'll see you for playoffs next week on Wednesday. Don't you dare miss it. And we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.